Magandang araw mga katribo! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chert Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na!
Be updated sa news and happenings katribo. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mapalutong bahay man o sumptuous meal for special occasions, sagot na kayo ng tropang Kalanpag. Dahil atid sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang fun and exciting cooking show na Kalanpag, manood at matuto kung paano lutuin ang mga favorite nyong recipes. Sabayan pa ng fun and inspiring na kwentuhan sa kusina. I-upgrade na rin natin ang mga nakasanayang traditional dish ng pamilya. Plus, healthy tipid tips na ibabahagi ng tropang Kalanpag. Matuto, mabusog at good vibes dito lang sa Kalanpag tuwing Lunes, 10:30 AM sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Sup mga katribu! Welcome to another delicious at napaka-healthy na episode ng Kalanpag. I am Venus Bautista, your host for today sa kitchen ng ating Kalanpag. Ayan, so today we will be having two dishes and I am very excited for today's episode because we are sponsored by Woolworths. So, some of our ingredients are from them, and then for some of you who don't know, Woolworths is actually an Australian chain of supermarkets. So, mahanap natin sila sa mga sikat na supermarkets here in the Philippines. So, thank you Woolworths for sponsoring today's episode. So, guys, ngayong summer, medyo nagka-transition na tayo sa tag-ulan. Super init, tapos lakas ng ulan, lalamig, tapos iinit ulit. So, these kinds of weather, medyo prone tayo magkasakit, no? So, that's why we have to challenge ourselves and keep ourselves active and healthy. So, for today's episode, we will be preparing two healthy meals na fit for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Okay, so simulan na natin. Okay, so first muna natin itackle ang Wesley Breakfast Bowl. Okay, so we have here the Woolworths Toasted Honey and Cinnamon na oats. Tapos we have cashew nuts, may honey tayo, we have calamansi juice, we have yogurt, and then full cream, we have bananas, cinnamon, dried mangoes, and also some chunks of fruits here that we will use to toppings or like garnish after. Okay, so simulan natin ang ating Wesley Breakfast Bowl. Okay, so this breakfast bowl is super easy to do kasi lahat ng sinabi ko ingredients kanina ay pagsasama-sama lang natin siya sa isang bowl. Okay, so unahin natin yung oats natin. There. And then our cream. So lahat to guys, parang in preference lang sa kung anong gusto nyong tastes. Pwede nyong dagdagan yung cream or yung milk nyo. Pwede nyong dagdagan yung muesli. So, kayo na bahala doon. Pero, basically, lahat to, i-mix nyo lang all together. Yan. Ang important lang naman dito, guys, yung breakfast nga, diba? Sinasabi nila, you cannot skip it. Or you should not skip it. Kasi nga, parang it helps with the digestive system. It helps regulate yung pag-process ng food, diba? And then, we have the calamansi. So, ihuli natin yung mga chunky ones like the nuts and the fruits. Ayan. So dahil nga yung muesli is fiber-rich food, it will help na parang ma-regulate yung digestive system mo and also mabubusog ka agad. So it helps you fill your stomach. You don't have to go eat snacking right after breakfast or while you're waiting for lunchtime sa office or sa school, 'di ba? So busog ka agad. At syempre dahil masarap 'tong ginagawa natin, having a delicious breakfast sa start ng day mo will also give you a boost in your mood. Diba? Yan. So, haluin lang natin siya. Okay, so now na mix natin siya ng maayos, pwede na natin siya i-transfer sa isang container. Okay? Kasi gagawin natin siyang overnight oats, parang ganun. Para once you wake up, or you're about to go to school or go to work, grab nyo lang sa inyong mga ref, and then you're good to go. Okay, so now let's transfer it to our container. Yan. Pag ito, in-overnight natin, mas magti-thick pa yung mga cream and yung milk, yung yogurt, mas didikit siya dun sa ating oats. So, lagyan tayo ng konting arte, magdagdag tayo ng layers of banana. There, and then we continue with our oats. And then another layer. Okay, oats again. Konti na lang, so we can still add whatever it is that you want to add pa later. Okay, so now that we're done transferring our oats into this container, pwede natin siya ilagay sa ref para sa ating overnight oats. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now pwede na tayo mag-proceed sa ating tomato and quesong puti penne. So now we just have to set this aside. As you can see here, nagpakulo na kami ng tubig para ready na siya. Okay. So, ito yung ating Woolworths na penne pasta. Ayan. Tapos, we have the Woolworths also na diced tomatoes. We have the quesong puti. We have the tomato paste. Meron tayong salt and pepper. We have onions. May siling labuyo. And then, we also have our cooking oils and olive oil. Okay. So, ito, sobrang easy gawin kasi meron na siyang instructions here. So, it says here, for each 500 grams of pasta, we have 5 liters of water to boil. So, ito na yon yung water natin. And then, this is 500 grams na. So, we just have to open it and then pour it into our boiling pan. Okay, so now na nag-boil na yung ating water, meron na siyang salt, and meron na rin siyang cooking oil para hindi magdikit-dikit yung ating pasta. Okay, so we're just gonna pour everything in. There, 500 grams and all. There we go. So, habang hinihintay natin yan kumulo, let's get on with yung sauce niya. Okay, so now that tapos na mag-boil yung ating pasta, na-drain na rin natin siya kanina. So, ngayon gagawin natin yung ating sauce. Okay, so first, let's turn on our fire. Yan. So, ilagay na natin yung olive oil. There. And then, we will saute our onion. Yan. So, we'll just cook this until it's translucent. Yan. Igisa natin yan. What I love about cooking pasta is that dali lang siya gawin eh. And you don't really need a lot of ingredients. If you're the kind of person na parang hindi naman super galing magluto, 'di ba? You don't need to expend so much na parang, you know, para kang pro chef. But with pasta, everything is nice, quick, easy. Yan. So, we'll just wait for this to maging translucent siya and konting soft. Okay, so now na medyo nagsisoften na siya and nakikita nyo na konting naluto na, no? Pwede natin i-add yung ating diced tomatoes. There. So what's good about Woolworth's diced tomatoes is that ready lang siya lagi sa pantry nyo. Andun lang siya, waiting for you to use it. Kasi ang hirap sometimes, di ba, na kunwari, you want a tomato-based na pasta. Because you don't have fresh tomatoes with you, or kunwari, it's too late na to go to the grocery or something. You can just get this from your pantry and it's all good to go. Ayan. So, mix lang natin siya evenly with the oil and with the onion. Pakasan natin yung fire if needed. There. Now na medyo nag-soften na siya, no? Ma-feel nyo naman siya when you're mixing it. Pwede na natin i-add yung other ingredients like the paste, tomato paste. There. So, ikalat lang natin siya ng konti. Just mix it evenly. Make sure na fully mixed siya with the tomatoes, no? Hindi siya yun matigas lang. There. So, add natin yung sili natin. Siling labuyo. Pwede nyo siya i-cut into pieces, chop it. Pero for now, gito muna. So now, let's season it with salt and pepper. There. Okay. So just continue to stir it. Okay, so I think ready na siya i-mix with our pasta. Okay, so yung pasta natin, dito lang siya din para ma-mix natin siya ng maayos before transferring to the bowl that we're gonna use to serve it. Okay, so now naluto na yung ating sauce. Pwede natin siya i-transfer sa ating pasta. So let me just put this here. And then transfer natin dito. Yan. Okay, so we're just gonna pour everything inside. There. Bango. Yan, okay. So now, we're gonna turn on the heat again dahil kailangan lang natin siya maluto. Low heat. We're gonna heat this in low heat. Yan. So, haluin nyo lang. I know Italians are very strict with their pastas and everything since they're talagang sila yung ano eh, di ba? Magpasimuno ng lahat ng to. Charot. And, pero kasi, what's fun about cooking your own food and with, you know, basically, ang fun with food is you can always experiment. So, itong ilalagay natin na quesong puti is a localized version of their Italian pasta. And, you know, with quesong puti, since we are already parang sanay na sa taste na yun, and we love it, in fact, it's gonna be yummy. Okay, so now mix na natin yung tomato sauce natin with the pasta. Add na natin yung quesong puti. Yan. So, let's mix them all again together. Just gently. Since, you know, maalat na rin nga pala yung quesong puti, don't worry about putting too much salt na rin. So, it's gonna do its job. Yan. Okay, so now na na-mix na natin na maayos yung ating pasta with the quesong puti, let's now add our black olives. There. Tapos, you know, as I've been saying, preference nyo na lang yung taste nyo talaga. You can add anything that you want here. Pwedeng basil or any other herbs. Okay. Pwede na natin siya ilagay sa serving bowl. Okay. Let me just turn off our heat. Here. Okay, now we transfer. So, if you can see, creamy siya. Thanks to the quesong puti. Amoy na amoy din yung ating tomato and the onion. So, diba? It's so easy, so quick to do. Meron ka na agad dinner for your family. There. Okay. So there you have it, mga katribu. We have here our tomato and kesong puti pasta and our muesli bowl na breakfast bowl. There we go. So first, ating main dish muna. Okay, tikman na natin ang kinalabasan nito. Okay. Ang sarap nung, parang ano eh, there's a mixture of the saltiness, not like tinge of saltiness from the kesong puti, and how it intersects with the flavor ng parang acidity ng tomatoes. It's really good. And what's good about it, hindi siya matapang, any of the flavors, hindi matapang, so it really mixes well. It's really good. I also like how nagkaroon ng consistency yung kesong puti na nag-mix dun sa pasta. Okay. Next, our desserts. More like breakfast meal. So ito, by the way guys, nag-prepare na kami kagabi ng overnight oats. So ito na yun. Kaya na we just showed you how we prepared it. Okay, so we added dried mangoes and also cashew nuts on top of it, just for some garnishing. Here we go. I know there's supposed to be like yogurt here, di ba? Pero hindi siya maasim na parang awkward. The sweetness comes from the banana na naghalo-halo na sa ating cream. Kasi di ba, kayo na, you saw naman, we didn't use any sugar. And this is it. It's the perfect balance of sweetness. Really good. So I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Sana natakam kayo and sana itry nyo yung ginawa natin today na tomato and kesong puti na penne pasta and also our muesli breakfast bowl. So if you did try it, please send us any like photos or feedback sa kalanpag_dailytribune@gmail.com. So I hope that you enjoyed and na matry nyo and na it's so easy. So you can just do it at your own home and prepare it for your family. And yun nga, like we said, this can be such a good breakfast meal on the go. Pwede nyo dalhin sa office and then just eat it. So there we go, mga katribu. Watch Kalanpag every Mondays at 10:30 a.m. on Daily Tribune's Facebook page and also on Tribune Now on YouTube. Once again, I am Venice Bautista. Stay safe and I hope you enjoy.
Daily Tribune, may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu! Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang ating daming sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Good morning mga katribo and welcome to another episode of Straight Talk. I'm Roy Palavelio, your host for today. Yesterday was a sad day as a tragedy ensued. A fire broke out on the Marcroft 2 ferry as it carried 124 passengers from Polillo Island to Real Quezon. So today we invited the Philippine Coast Guard spokesperson to know the latest updates on this case and to find out how we can avoid these tragedies from occurring. Please welcome Commodore Arman Balilo. Good morning. Good morning po, Commodore. How are you?
Roy, good morning. Maraming salamat sa opportunity.
Ayan, good morning, sir. As I said just a while ago, we just witnessed another unfortunate sea tragedy in Real Quezon when the Marcroft 2 vessel caught fire. And initial reports indicate the blaze originated from the engine. Do you have the latest updates on this case, sir?
Oh, well, as of now, Roy, we have taking into consideration that the search and rescue operations was terminated yesterday, and we are now at the investigation phase. We have sent our marine casualty investigation team in the area, and they are going to talk with the captain and of course with the crew, and we will try to get also some witnesses from the passengers who saw what happened, no? And hopefully we can finish the investigation by the end of the week.
Commodore, I understand that previously investigations are being conducted by the Board of Marine Inquiry, but today that's no longer the case.
That's no longer true, Roy. No, we have changed the type of investigation that we're doing. So we are sending a marine casualty investigation team composed of Coast Guard experts on maritime safety, and the team is already there. And their mandate is to find out what happened and go to the bottom of it. So we would have a working framework to avoid the repetition of the same incident.
Yeah, speaking of the repetition of the same incident, marami tayong na-witness na mga similar tragedies in the past. So, part of the mandate of the Philippine Coast Guard is, or function, is to ensure maritime safety. So, how do we go about it? How does the PCG go about this task?
For some time, Roy, you know, we don't have any maritime incidents, major maritime incidents. Even before the pandemic, we have not recorded or we have not seen maritime incidents. This is because I believe that yung safety culture ng mga tao ay medyo mataas na, and they would listen to us and to other authorities na pagka may bagyo, wag nang lalaot, pagka delikado yung alon, wag nang tutuloy, and yung mga safety tips pag sumasakay ng barko ay gawin. And of course, yung mga shipping companies, yung culture ng safety, malaki na rin ang in-improve. And this incident is very unfortunate. Sabi ko nga sa iyo, mga 5 years na wala kaming masyadong na-record. Except itong Mercrap, no, meron din itong isang insidente around 2017 na may 3 namatay sinking. And other than that, wala akong matandang iba pang maritime incident. Maliliit lang siguro.
Yeah, I'm also witness to the developments in the safety record of our maritime industry, because previously we have one of the worst cases of sea accidents on record. But in cases of these accidents and mishaps, does the PCG have enough sea assets or personnel to undertake the appropriate rescue missions?
Of course, Roy, rescue is not the only job of the PCG. As you all know, we have maritime security. We take care of the West Philippine Sea and other territorial concerns. We have the search and rescue and maritime safety, of course, and environmental protection and law enforcement. As of now, we have around 24,000 personnel scattered nationwide. In 2016, Roy, we are only 8,500, covering 37,000 kilometers of coastline. But now, we thank the administration of President Duterte, we were able to recruit threefold. No? Now we are 24,000 and merong kasalukuyan nagka-training, and they will adapt the manning of requirements of the Philippine Coast Guard. Kung sasabihin natin na kulang o tama na ba? Well, I will say na minamanage lang namin yung mga resources properly para makaresponde kami ng maayos. Pero kung pagbabasihan, yun nga, yung kilometer of coastline sa dami ng islands natin, talagang kulang pa yung Philippine Coast Guard.
All right. But I understand that the Philippine Coast Guard also uses coordination with private vessels to undertake these kinds of search and rescue operations in case of sea tragedies.
Yes, the rule is if you're on site, and even if you are a commercial vessel or government vessel, your obligation is to render assistance. And that is an automatic response that should be undertaken by anyone who at that time is nandun mismo sa karagatan. And that's what happened to the rescue operations. Yung nasa Roro vessel, sila kaagad yung nakaresponde because they were near, and sila yung nag-itcha ng life jacket, sila yung kumuha doon sa ibang mga pasahero. Until such time na marami nang tumulong, of course, the Coast Guard also responded. Even yung mga local residents were there to assist and rescue.
Yes. Commodore, I have seen advisories from the Coast Guard before during the onset of the rainy season about increased consciousness about safety in sea voyage. So during these times, medyo maraming thunderstorms, strong winds. So nag-i-increase nga yung risk ng sea voyage. So ano po yung ginagawa ng Philippine Coast Guard, particularly during these times, to help prevent or minimize unnecessary loss of lives and property at sea?
Well, we have regulations in place, Roy, no? For the traveling public, for the consumption of traveling public, pagka po signal number 1, automatically we cancel all sea voyages. Ang dapat to, walang bagyo doon sa aalisan, yung dadaanan, tsaka yung pupuntahan. So those three should concur. Kung merong isa doon na present, so we will cancel all the sea voyages along that route. So tayo naman ay palaging napapaalala sa mga station natin to implement yung maritime safety regulation. Kung hindi naman, kung kahit walang bagyo, pero sa tingin namin ay hindi kaya at malakas ang alon at delikado yung mga pasahero, we also authorize our station commander to exercise discretion, to exercise prudent judgment on every situation that they are facing pagka po maglalayag yung mga kababayan natin.
And is that one of the lessons we have learned from, I understand, the Princess of the Stars tragedy? I think that vessel sailed during inclement weather and capsized.
Yes, in part, no? During that time, nagkaroon ng mga changes doon sa regulation. Kasi pag signal number 1 on, you can still go eh. As long as i-evade mo yung typhoon at wala kang madadaanan, no? Dati isa doon, kahit pag nakalabas ka na at on the way ka na, pwede ka nang hindi mag-observe ng regulation kasi isa lang doon pwede. Pero ngayon, absolutely, yung tatlo, absent of one is a precondition para po hindi payagang maglayag. Kailangan lahat yun ay present, talaga pong hindi natin papayagan. Dapat kung papayagan man, hintayin natin yung signal ng Pag-asa na wala ng public storm warning signal doon sa area. Doon sa pupuntahan, doon sa dadaanan, tsaka doon sa pinanggalingan. Yun po ang ating pamantayan.
Ayan. So, I think the PCG has now implemented these measures, learning from the lessons, sad lessons of the past, and we will learn more about the things that the Philippine Coast Guard is doing to keep our Katribos safe at sea. We will learn more from spokesman Commodore Balilo when Straight Talk comes back.
Sa likod ng aming mga pagsikap, hangad namin
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito niyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang WhatsApp. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa WhatsApp.
Welcome back to Straight Talk. We're still with Commodore Balilo, and we will learn more about their role in ensuring safety at sea. Commodore, I understand that part of this is that you conduct pre-departure inspection of outgoing vessels. What are the main items the Philippine Coast Guard is checking to ensure that the vessel is seaworthy and safe for the passengers and crew before they are allowed to sail?
Roy, let me just check if I don't think we're conducting pre-departure inspection anymore. Once the vessel is certified seaworthy, it's incumbent upon the ship owner to file the seaworthiness of such vessel to the Philippine Coast Guard office. Hindi naman pwede na we will inspect only during aalis.
Yes.
Because that practice is, I think, is no longer allowed. So prior to that, in-inspect na yung mga barko kung ready to at pag-sinertify ng Marina, and that would be the proper thing to do, just to let the ship proceed to its voyage, unless there's a blatant disregard of the rules and it is visible to the naked eye of the Coast Guard. Who will be receiving the documents, who will be checking the documents.
All right. So just to clarify, is it the Marina now checking the seaworthiness of the vessels? And that the record is just forwarded to the Coast Guard for its record and appreciation?
Yeah, what we're checking during pre-departure is the records of the vessel. But if you're thinking of that, we are going to inspect all of the, the vessel. We're not doing that. It's Marina during the application for franchise and the renewal of the franchise.
Yes. Okay. So Is the same true for small sea crafts, yung mga bangkang ginagamit ng ating mga fishermen? Kasi at times they're being used also as passenger vessels sa ating mga inter-island travel, Commodore.
Yes, ang chine-check lang naman natin dito basically yung capacity.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, there were times I understand that the PCG can suspend the operation of vessels, particularly during gale warnings, for safety of everyone concerned. How dangerous ba itong gale warnings na ito? Kasi marami minsan may narinig ako, nagrereklamo, wala naman kaming nararamdamang hangin, bakit ayaw kaming paalisin?
As I've said kanina, no, Roy, we are giving our station commanders discretion, lalo na kung may mga gale warning. Alam mo, tricky itong karagatan natin eh. Parang sa tingin ng mga tao, sa pier walang problema. Pero pagdating pala sa gitna, malakas yung alon. So yun yung mga ina-avoid natin. Kaya nga, sabi ko sa iyo, marami ng panahon na nagkakaroon ng aksidente sa ganung sitwasyon. At ngayon ay naiiwasan natin because of the vigilance na ginagawa natin para hindi tayo mapunta doon sa ganung situation.
Ayan. And it's nice to hear about that, Commodore. So, in the past, we have seen sea tragedies where one of the contributing factors is the overloading of passengers na most of the time whose names were not even included in the list, the manifest. Is this practice no longer true today? Wala na ba kayong nakikita mga ganyang violations?
Optimistic ako, Roy. No? I hope ganun na talaga yung nagiging practice natin. Wala naman kaming nakikita. Katulad ito nangyari. 180 yung capacity nito at walang overloading. I cannot speak para sa kabuuan ng lahat ng nagbabiyahe, but we have instruction from no less than the Secretary na yung mga ganitong practice ay hindi na dapat mamayagpag pa sa usapin ng pagsakay ng barko.
Alright. So, of course, the PCG is doing all it can to help ensure the safety of our sea voyagers, including the passengers and the crew. Pero siyempre, the passengers also have their contribution to make for everyone's safety. Ano po ang magiging advice nyo sa kanila, particularly pagka magbabiyahe during this inclement weather?
Pagka inclement weather ho at alam nyo merong parating na bagyo at doon sa pupuntahan nyo, mag-check muna kayo. Baka hindi kayo matuloy at ma-stranded lang kayo doon sa mga pupuntahan ninyo. Ngayon, pag sumasakay kayo ng barko, whether maikling biyahe o mahaba, I would always advise our passengers to be on alert. Yung awareness nila doon sa situation dapat mataas. And then dapat familiarize ka doon sa mga exit points, kung saan pwedeng lumabas pagka nagkaroon ng emergency. At yung location ng life jackets, ng life trap at other life-saving equipment, dapat medyo familiar tayo. And of course, sundin natin yung mga instructions na binibigay sa atin ng mga crew kasi sila ang nakakaalam kung anong dapat gawin pagka merong unusual incident na nangyayari sa barko.
Okay. Commodore, kanina nabanggit nyo that we have new assets. The administration of President Duterte has given much support to the Philippine Coast Guard. Nakita ko rin yung post nyo ng mga bagong graduates ng training ng Philippine Coast Guards. But we have an incoming administration. So, what are your hopes for this coming new administration for the Philippine Coast Guard and to help you perform your mandate?
Well, we're hoping that the modernization would continue. We need additional assets. We need additional personnel to cope up with the demands of the job. We are a small service, but we are performing a big job. In fact, tinutulungan din natin yung dahil under tayo ng DOTR, tinutulungan din natin yung DOTR providing personnel and some assets. Kung mapapansin niyo po, nung laban ng COVID, we were there. At hanggang ngayon po, may mga tauhan pa rin tayo na nagpe-perform. Sa mga security ng mga transportation, nandyan din po tayo, pati po sa EDSA. At sa mga train station ay meron tayong mga nilaang mga tauhan para po tumulong doon sa mga kasama natin sa Department of Transportation.
Ayan. Commodore, ano po ang pwede niyong sabihin sa ating mga katribo, particularly we are an archipelago and many of our people are going on inter-island trips. Ano po ang pwede niyong i-assure sa kanila na maitutulong ng Philippine Coast Guard sa kanilang mga pagbiyahe?
Well, kasama ho sa plano nyo, alamin yung mga telephone number ng mga Coast Guard stations para po sa pagiging safe na rin at sa peace of mind para kung sakaling kayo ay makaka-encounter ng mga hindi magandang magandang pangyayari o pagkakataon sa karagatan, you can call us, pagbigay alam kaagad sa amin. At kami naman po ay 24/7 nagmo-monitor at hanggat kaya po namin ay kami po ay magre-rescue at gagawin po namin yung tungkulin namin.
Thank you, Commodore Balilo, for giving us your time and joining us today. The Straight Talk and the Daily Tribune family appreciates the work that PCD does to ensure the safety of our kababayans.
Salamat, Roy. Salamat po. Mabuhay po kayo.
Ayan. Maraming salamat. Again, that's Commodore Arman Balilo, spokesperson of the Philippine Coast Guard. Thank you mga katribo for tuning in once again. Watch Straight Talk live every Tuesday at 10 a.m. on Daily Tribune's official Facebook page and on Tribune Now on YouTube. I'm Roy Pelovelio, and this has been Straight Talk.
Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito nyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang WhatsApp. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa WhatsApp.
Hello, I'm Poch Concepcion. Welcome to What's Up. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. Today we're going to talk to a multi-talented artist. He practically grew up in the theater and he's into a lot of things. Let's find out more. What's up with Jamie Wilson? Jamie.
Hey, Poch, how are you doing?
Good, good, good.
Musta?
You look good.
Thank you. Thank you. So do you.
I missed the show that you organized, the tribute to June Lupito. We're going to talk about that later, but first I want you to tell our viewers how you got into, well, your family. You come from a family of performing artists.
Yeah.
Paano ka napunta sa theater?
Well, I started when I was 7 years old. Nag-workshop nag-theater workshop yung Repertory Philippines.
Yes.
And my mom was working with the Repertory as part of audience development. And then it started out as a way to keep the kids together for the summer. So imbes na summer camp, mag-summer workshop kayo sa rep. And I fell in love with it. And then after the workshop, I got cast in Pippin. This was in 1980. That was my first play with Coco Laurel, Joy Virata, and Chagudo. And I fell in love, and it's been my life ever since. And of course, my dad's an actor, primarily. But
Yes.
he started out on stage, but then he transitioned to film and television. So that was a very helpful guiding factor when it was apparent na lahat kami, we fell in love with theater. So yung dad ko ang nagbibigay sa amin ng advice.
Oh, okay.
Anong
So,
klaseng buhay yan.
okay. So, mom and dad, Tita Terry and Johnny Wilson were encouraging you, your siblings, at the same time may advice. Oo. Na huwag pabayaan ng pag-aaral, ganun ba?
Yes, yan ang condition namin when we were kids. We had to have good grades or else we couldn't be in a play.
Oh.
So, we always had to make pakita report cards. Kung medyo bumababa yung grades ko, hindi ako pwede. So, yun yung condition. We had to keep our grades up.
So, when I first saw you running around the rep office in Land Bank, ano yun? You were doing good.
Yeah. My grades were still good. Kasi grade school, okay pa yung grades ko. High school, medyo, when girls and rock and roll start coming in, medyo nakaka-distract na.
Okay. I'm curious. After high school, San Agustin, right?
Yes.
What happened? Did you take up
No, I
arts
did
course?
not. I did not go into college. I actually did not graduate high school. I got kicked out of San Agustin because I was, behaving badly. I went to JASMS for a while, and I just realized that being in an organized form of education, when I had so much energy and ideas and things I wanted to do, organized education, sitting down in a classroom, learning something I don't really want to learn or was not particularly interested in, wasn't for me. So eventually, when my parents found out that I was just cutting class all the time, they said, so what do you want to do, Jamie? And I said, I want to go into this full time. So that's when I went into theater and events full time. I started doing technicals also, lighting, sounds, production work, because yan talaga yung hilig ko eh. Para sa akin, I didn't feel like I had a good enough reason to stay in school if it's just for that piece of paper. That wasn't a good enough reason for me. So, and I wasn't learning what I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn how to design lighting. I wanted to learn how to design sounds or create soundscapes. I wanted to be a better actor. And I thought that I could do better. And definitely it would have been more fun, and it was more fun. Being actually, in the field itself, in the industries mismo. So, doon ako pumunta. I was just going to UP because I knew people who were there and I was just hanging out. Natuto akong uminom kasama ng UP Mountaineers tsaka UP Fine Arts.
Okay.
And I just basically hung around UP. A lot of people thought I went to UP, but I actually did not.
Okay. Not
I
even
was there-
enrolled
I wasn't even enrolled.
in one class or something like...
No. I was sitting in with Agnes Arellano's class in Fine Arts.
Okay.
And it took her a while to realize na hindi ako enrolled.
Okay.
Pero by that time, ginagawa ko yung mga plates ko and all that. Sabi niya, sige, okay, ito yung path mo, okay, sige. Naging kaibigan na rin kami. Di ba?
All right.
So it's a very unorthodox path that I took. But I think I'm a learner kasi by doing it, not by theoretical. A classroom is the most boring place for me. I'm very kinesthetic, so I have to be actually doing it.
Okay.
And that's how I learn.
All right. So it wasn't all rep pala.
No.
Although you were
no.
learning from the industry outside.
Yeah. Well, the foundation of my education was from rep. Basically because when I was younger, there's not a lot of roles for kids.
Yes.
So, kung walang role para sa bata sa seasons nila, kasi they were doing 2 seasons a year,
Yes.
then, punta ako sa ilaw, o marunong ka mag-handle ng spotlight, or mag-board operator ka, or mag-sounds ka. Yung
Yes.
panahon na yon, open reel pa. Natuto ako sa open reel into cassette.
Yes.
So eventually became the digital. Nag-front of house ako, nagbenta ako ng programs. Nag-crew ako, nag-stage manager ako. Nag-wardrobe ako, nag-costumes ako, which I don't like. So I'm never doing that again. So I learned how to do things on the job,
Yes.
basically.
Uh-huh.
Being taught by some amazing people. Like just helping Miguel Faustman build the set that he designed was a very good education. Learning stage management from Dodo Lim.
Yes.
Learning production management, learning how to do front of house, how to handle tickets and reservations, etc., etc. I learned from some amazing people who actually took the time to teach me and to train me how to do it. So I'm very lucky in that sense because parang naging mentorship ang
Yes.
education.
Mm-mm.
And then when I shifted to the industry, mga live events, sila Evelyn Bosch, sila Dennis Santa Maria, they were doing the bigger concerts and festivals. So it was quite interesting when you take that foundation of theater training and you go into another show like a rock concert or a pop concert
Mhm.
or dealing with international acts. The foundation I had from rep was good enough to see me through, was actually excellent in seeing me through because you had that work ethic was already there, your professionalism was already there, your sense of being early instead of being on time, in the sense that the show must go on, na naka-ingrain na yan sa akin nung bata pa ako. So
Tama.
transitioning into the live events industry was actually not that big a transition. It's just that the show was different. It wasn't a musical play or it wasn't a straight play. It was a concert. So, pwede pala uminom. Di ba?
In other words, hands-on. Ang
Hands-on
education
lahat.
sa rep. Tama. Oo.
Yes.
And you
Hands-on
found it
lahat.
quite easy transitioning.
Yes.
Oo. How did you get into music? I remember you listening to Juan de la Cruz when you were in grade school.
Yes. Music, I started out with punk, mainly through the influence of my cousin, who was my source of all the cassettes, from Kumela, and Twisted Red Cross.
Ay, talaga? Oo.
Nakikinig kami he's the one that turned me on to WXB 102,
Alright.
before.
Mhm.
And basically, I started listening to punk. After musical theater, I started listening to punk because it fed all the aggression of my youthful years. And then I discovered Pinoy rock, Juan de la Cruz, that compilation of that volume 1, Pinoy rock hits of with Sampaguita was there, Mike Hanopol was there, Juan de la Cruz. I started listening to that, but I didn't really fall in love. I fell deeply in love when I discovered The Cure and then The Doors. Yung The band The Cure was the first band I completed my album collection on cassette.
Uh-huh.
Talagang I wanted more. That was the first time I really felt na kailangan kong pakinggan lahat ng mga kanta nila. So naghunting ako sa lahat ng record bars dito sa Manila. At nahanap ko, na kompleto ko yung collection ko, of all places, yung record bar sa lumang Unimart. Kasi wala masyadong pupunta sa record bar doon. So
Okay.
kompleto sila ng The Cure.
Okay.
So yun ang unang nakompleto ko. And then The Doors, I fell in love with The Doors. And that was the first time, I was listening to Led Zepp, all these higher voice singers.
Okay.
Get what I mean?
Mhm.
And when I fell in love with The Doors because not only did I fall in love with Jim Morrison's poetry and his imagery, but it was something I could actually sing because I'm a baritone. So I said, hey man, I can sing along. Kasi syempre, hindi ko naman maabot si Robert Plant eh.
Okay. Yeah.
Di ba? Hindi ko yung maabot. Tapos yung Beatles naman, they were for me, the Beatles were too goody-goody. I needed something edgy. So basically in the musical canon of classic rock, you have the good boys of rock and roll, which is the Beatles, the bad boys of rock and roll, which is the Rolling Stones, and the weird boys of rock and roll, which is the Doors. I fell in love with the weird boys of rock and roll. And then through that, eventually, I started listening to everybody else. And in fact, it was the Doors that led me to, it was knowing the Doors, the music of the Doors, that led me to my first jamming experience in Fire and Rain back in the 90s. when our friend Eddie Rocha, who ran the place, would have bands there like Runaway Boys, Coco Jam.
Okay.
And on one particular night, he dared me, "Oh, Jamie, I heard you sing. I dare you go up on stage with that band." And it was Coco Jam. And I had been watching them a few times. I love them, mostly reggae, di ba?
Mm.
So I get up on stage and I'm meeting Rolly Maligad for the first time, and Jun Lupito, Rico Velez, Bosho. This was the first group of musicians that I ever jammed with. Jun Lupito was also there.
Okay.
And syempre, tanong ni Rolly, kakanta ka daw, anong kaya mong kantahin? Sabi ko, anything by the Doors.
Uh-huh.
So one song led to 3 songs, 4 songs, and that was the first time I had been on stage singing with a live band, and I was, very spoiled also, just like my theater education. Yung education ko tungkol sa rock and roll came via Rolly and Bosho and Rico Velez and Jun Lupito. Yan yung unang jam ko ever. And I said, that's what I fell in love with that. Sabi ko, shit, I need to get a band together.
Okay.
I need to do more of this. Kasi tignan mo naman, I mean, these are amazing players. These are legends of Pinoy rock.
Mhm.
And the irony is, I had no idea they were legends. They were just a
Okay.
band there that night. They were really cool people.
Mhm.
So, and we got along, and only later on, after finding out, who they were,
Mhm.
after hanging out with them, only then did I realize, ang spoiled ko pala.
Oo, grabe
Kasi
ka.
mga kaibigan ko, mga legends.
Oo.
Pero yung maganda doon is, naging kaibigan ko muna.
Oo
So
nga.
that's where I'm lucky in that sense. I'm very, very blessed
Oo.
to have had that. And then through meeting them, I developed a deep appreciation for reggae. I had not even heard of Bob Marley before Coco Jam. Jun Lupito turned me on to the Rolling Stones,
Mhm.
and that began a lifelong obsession with the Rolling Stones as well.
Mhm.
And of course, digging deeper into the music and stories of Pinoy rock. Through them, I met, Alex Cruz, Anak Bayan. I met Pepe. I became friends with Pepe. It was quite an interesting journey because, I was the young kid there, wide-eyed, but then I really was there just for basically to hang out and have a good time. And, the reward was na I could jam a few songs.
Okay. When I saw you at the Verve Room in Malate,
Mm.
you were singing on stage and you had, I think, black nail polish. May banda ka na ba?
Yes.
Okay.
So nagtayo ako ng banda nun. I fell in love also with poetry and spoken word.
Okay.
So I put together a band called Jam Food Technology and the Heavy Dream Program. Jam Food Technology would be the music, and the Heavy Dream Program would be the visual element. So we had slide projectors, not digital slide projectors, but physical slides manipulated by an artist. His name's Dennis Lagdameo.
Dennis, your cousin.
So yeah, my cousin. So he would be the one projecting stuff on us. It was like sort of like the Velvet Underground at the Andy Warhol warehouse kind of feel,
Mhm.
And the spoken word element. The whole point of the band was to be improvisational. So in that sense, it had its roots in jazz, at least in my world, right? It had its roots in jazz, and the whole point was not to rehearse. So I would get a whole bunch of musicians together, or players together, depende sa gig or depending sa theme ng gabi. So I was the writer of this. So and I would be performing also. So I would basically give the band or whoever was playing with me that night a theme for the night. So tonight it's all about relationships, or tonight it's all about sex, or tonight it's all about play me the sound of traffic. And we would improvise, and the spoken word also would be based on the improvisations of the musicians. So it was quite an interesting, the heady old Malate bohemian days.
Oo.
The vibe was like that. And of course, leather pants, black nail polish, eyeliner,
Sama-sama na.
Sama-sama na lahat. All in na, pare. All in.
Wow, interesting. How long did that last, that period?
Oh, that was quite a few years also. Until siguro the late 90s, early 2000s. And then I said, you can't, I put it on hiatus, especially the spoken word part, because basically I feel like as a writer, I can't write if I'm not living new experiences. then there's nothing to write about. So I focused on living new experiences, and occasionally would come back to do spoken word things. There is an interest now. Spoken word now is an actual proper genre. Back then in the 90s, nobody knew what the fuck we were doing. Sorry, nobody knew what the hell we were doing.
Okay.
Basically, now there's a whole genre of spoken word artists now, and I've been seeing some of them. And we're contemplating on maybe coming back and doing a few gigs just to see if we have something to say.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult kasi to perform something like that if you have nothing really to say.
Oh, I think Lourdes de Vera is into that.
Yes, yeah. Lourdes and I encountered each other in Verve, actually, in the 90s. We had a back-to-back gig. And then he went on to release albums, and, we remained underground.
All right.
I love being underground. I love being underground.
Okay. What's up? We'll be back with Jamie Wilson after a short break.
With Globe, our steps can lead us to millions of doors opening.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there, mga katribu! Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang atid namin sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mapalutong bahay man o sumptuous meal for a special occasion,
Welcome back to What's Up with Jamie Wilson, multi-talented performing artist, theater actor, musician, among other things. And then, Jamie, what happened? You went back to rep. You went back doing plays. In the
I
2000s?
I went back to doing. I had a corporate stint for a while. Because basically, the thing with learning on the job, learning via being hands-on and on the job, and being in the industry for so long, I eventually found myself taking it for granted. So when I started taking it for granted, basically I wasn't getting any work anymore in theater because I didn't, from being given lead roles in musicals and all that, parang para sa akin normal yun, you know. So I started taking it for granted, and unfortunately, as with any craft, as soon as you start taking it for granted, the craft takes you for granted. So nabangko ako from theater.
Okay.
So nag-corporate ako for a while. I cleaned up my act. I changed my whole perspective in life. Instead of taking it for granted, I formed a deep appreciation and thankfulness and gratitude for it. I went back to full-time theater in 2012. I risked everything by I would do one play maybe a year. Until I said I think I'm ready to go back full-time, give it a shot, and see what happens.
What corporate job were you talking about?
I was a trainer for a company called Excel Asia. We would help people get jobs by training them to pass job interviews. I would train people in customer service. I would train managers and CEOs about soft skills, communication skills. which was sakto because I'm, coming from theater.
Bagay din.
So parang swak din, parang nagpo-perform ka din. But it was quite fulfilling because I think if I'm not mistaken, I've helped more than 2,000 people get jobs in the corporate world. Yeah. And it was quite fulfilling because eventually, these people will get back to me, and I actually encountered one recently, about a few weeks ago, where she was my student, and she's now she's one of the leaders, group of managers in a multinational company here in the Philippines. And then she remembers me. She's like, Jamie, I was your student in Excel Asia. And I'm like, oh my God, and you're here. That's fantastic. So, I would like to think that somehow I helped change lives in a very concrete way. And at the same time, when you go into corporate, forming the discipline again of, the 9 to 5, of being responsible for people, and also learning what I miss. So I really missed doing theater when I was in corporate. So eventually, after doing one play a year, I said, kulang to. I need to go back. So let's, try to give it a shot. And in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, I had to fight my way back to get into theater from production again.
Like how?
Being well, the first one basically was Peter Pan with Sam Concepcion. They needed a flying director. So sila Mencho Lauchenko and Jaime Del Mundo reached out to me and Jamie. We know you're a technical director. Will you be able to be a flying director? Because Peter Pan, they fly.
Okay, yeah.
There is an international guy coming in from Las Vegas. So can you be the local counterpart of that guy? So I said, yeah, sure, why not? So I was behind the scenes, making sure people were safe, following all the safety protocols for the flying, doing the training, etc., etc. And then one day, casually, I heard there were auditions for Jekyll and Hyde for Repertory Philippines. And that Junix Inocean, a good friend, was coming back from London to be in Jekyll and Hyde. So I said, I'd love to be on stage with Junix in some way or somehow. So I asked, so you need more men? So I asked Lamento, can I audition for you? And I did. So then began the journey of proving myself that I was, capable, I was professional, that I appreciated what I was doing. And somehow that paid off because I went into Atlantis also to do Rock of Ages in 2012. And then I started getting booked. So I would be doing maybe 5 or 6 productions, theater productions in a year. And the only way it stopped was because COVID happened. So I was quite lucky that I was able to come back. The industry welcomed me back, but it was also because I changed my attitude towards it. You can't take the things you love to do for granted.
Okay, that's a picture of you and Menchu. Tell us about doing Filipino musicals like Huling El Bimbo.
Oh my God, that's my first ever original Filipino musical. And it's the first time I've ever had to do Tagalog on stage because I usually do English plays. So it was quite a different process in doing that. But what's interesting about doing Ang Huling El Bimbo is that in the beginning of the script, when I auditioned, when it was announced pa lang, I asked the director, I have to be part of this. Please allow me to audition for you. Pero hindi ako available sa audition day. Sabi ko, pwede ba ako mag-send ng video? Diba? Sabi niya, sige lang, Jamie, go. So I made it to the final casting, and then we ended up in the first reading. And the scope of my role as Arturo Banlao, in the first version of the script that we read on that day, was I was just the ROTC teacher. I was just the commandant.
Okay.
Yan yung unang version. And then so Dexter, our director, said, okay, we have Jamie here. Let's make him lang the kontrabida. So he approached me, Jamie, I'm going to make you into the social commentary of this show. You're going to be the kontrabida of the show. I'm going to make you into the social commentary about the EJ case and the trap of politicians. You're going to be the symbol of that. And I'm like, binabasa ko yung script. Direct, wala yun sa script. Sabi niya, it's okay, we'll workshop it na lang. We'll write it as we go along. So, nung nag-open yung El Bimbo, that is the product of a collaboration of Ding Dong Novenario, who wrote it, Floy, also, Quintos helped, Dexter Santos, who directed it, and Mike Salomon had to figure out where to put me vocally within the songs also.
Mhm.
Because all of a sudden, hindi lang ako yung commandant. Naging kontrabida na ako for the entire show. So it was quite interesting when we were trying to figure out the role. The sense of collaboration was galing. Kasi every day, may bagong eksena or mag-workshop kami ng bagong eksena. He was trying to figure out kung politician ako, ano yung ranko ko? Mayor ba ako? Sabi ko, may isang napaka-integral na scene that takes place in the presinto. Sabi ko, Direct Dexter, kung mayor ako, hindi ako pupunta sa presinto eh.
Mhm.
Sila yung pupunta sa akin. So
Okay.
baka pwede konsehal. Kasi
Mm.
konsehal, di ba, pwedeng pumunta, pwedeng tumawid eh. Pero kung level ka na ng mayor or vice mayor, sila yung pupunta sa'yo. Di ba?
Ah,
So yung mga input kong gano'n, ganyan. So sabi niya, okay, we'll put you in a polo barong, di ba? We'll put you in slacks. Pero dapat may silhouette ka ng politician. Sabi ko, clutch bag.
Mm.
Di ba? Kuhang-kuha mo na. Pagpasok mo pa lang sa stage, may hawak kang clutch bag. Parang alam mo na, di ba? Di ba? Visually, alam mo na yung character. So sabi ni Direct Dexter, sige, magpapahanap ako ng clutch bag para sa'yo. Sabi ko, hindi, may clutch bag ako. Ha? So yung gamit ko all throughout the
yun.
whole El Bimbo run is actually my father's clutch bag.
Okay.
So parang yan yung tribute ko kay Daddy. Kung naging evil siya na politician, because he's a very well-loved politician.
Vice
in Makati.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor, and then he eventually became councilor also.
Okay.
So that was my tribute to my dad, if he was evil.
Okay.
So yan yung konting anecdote. Tapos yung nung nagka-alternate na ako sa second run with si Tad Tadyawan, I had alternates already because my schedules were crazy.
Mhm.
Siyempre, tuloy pa rin yung clutch bag, yung symbol ni Banlaw, yung clutch bag.
Okay.
Pinahiram ko. Pero bumalik din sa akin, siyempre.
Okay. And then, kung ganyan pala, nanganak yung script dahil sa'yo, nagkaroon din ng show eh. Di ba na ikaw ang nag-direct? Tell us about it.
Okay, I directed well, if it's El Bimbo we're talking about.
Yes.
I directed the Eli Buendia loved the show so much. No,
Okay.
so he wanted to somehow be on the same stage as the El Bimbo cast. And we had to figure out a story.
Ah, okay.
So that's when I directed Eli Buendia and Night at the Theater, where we incorporated the world. We basically put Eli Buendia into the world of Ang Huling El Bimbo. Because if you're familiar with the story of Ang Huling El Bimbo, yung tatlong barkada
Yes.
na bata, na lalaki, di ba? They're in
Oo.
college together.
Mm-mm.
De facto UP, di ba? Parang ganon.
Yes, oo.
And if you look at them, yung isa, negosyante, spoiled brat, yung isa, filmmaker, yung isa, galing sa probinsya, bakit nagka-leche-leche yung barkadahan nila? Sabi ko, kasi walang musikero sa barkada eh. Kailangan mo ng musikero para mabalanse yung buhay mo. Di ba? Sa lahat ng barkada, there's always that one guy who can play the guitar.
Okay.
And he is he's the reminder that yes, you can go into corporate, yes, you can think about your career, but being friends with a musician is always a stabilizing factor because you basically know what you're living life for in terms of enjoyment of the barkada, of music. You know what I mean? So it's a grounding factor.
Okay.
So I made Ellie the fourth barkada in the Ang Huling El Bimbo world.
Okay.
So we incorporated Ellie's concert, tapos parang magpa-flashback si Ellie. Tapos he would find himself in the dorm room, tapos papasok yung tatlong barkada from El Bimbo. So parang may flashback, quantum leap, and game factor. And then, I didn't make it tragic anymore kasi walang tragedy nangyari kasi I kept the story happy because basically, may pang-apat na barkada na sila eh. So, si Chadeli biglang nagkaroon ng love life kasi sinabi ko, tumutugtog sila ni Toy Adriano. Sabi ko ni Toy, can I have you act? So, Ellie was acting and dancing, doing
Talaga?
choreography.
Okay.
Yeah, man. He learned the choreography for Pare Ko, but then in the arreglo of the musical, not his arreglo.
Yes.
It's quite exciting
Uh-huh.
to see this crossover happen of Ellie being in the world of Ang Huling El Bimbo, but Ellie's band was also there. So that's sila Audrey Dionisio, sila Pat Sarabia, si Nitoy Adriano. So sabi ko nito can I put you in one scene? Sabi niya, para saan? Sige, Jamie, pero anong gagawin ko? Wala, makikipag-flirt ka lang kay Chadeli, played by Sheila Francisco.
Okay.
So sinet up namin, di ba, sa El Vivo the Musical, walang love life si Chadeli.
Yes.
Di ba? Yung sa Ellie Buendia Night at the Theater, biglang nagkaroon ng love life. Kasi si Nitoy Adriano, nakakabit yan ng lapel, pina-acting ko pa. Si Nitoy. Pina-charm. So, yung kwento is, pumasok sila sa Toyangs, yung karinderya ni yung tindahan ni Chadeli, and kay ni Ellie si Nitoy, so binaon ni Nitoy, tapos introduce sila, tapos biglang nagka-love life.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So
you really, talagang pinagtripan mo, gumawa ka ng storya.
Gumawa
galing,
ng storya, in-adjust namin yung storya, and then, it was so well received, we did a repeat.
Yes.
And that was, I think, one of the last shows I did before the lockdown happened.
Before the lockdown.
Oo.
Okay, that's also very interesting, what you did in the lockdown, during the lockdown. We'll talk about it after a short break.
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu! Fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura.
Alright, welcome back to What's Up with Jamie Wilson. A very interesting conversation of his journey, and then the lockdown happened. Tell us about it.
Yeah, the lockdown was tough. I mean, I was booked the whole year. I was set to do...
Whoops. Sa kanya? We'll be right back after...
Magandang araw mga katribu! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chirk Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magsama-sama po tayo sa...
Gising Na!
Fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura at Jojo Silvestre. Be ready ng mamangha at matuwa every Thursday alas 2 ng hapon dito lang sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Sorry about that.
We're back. And what's up?
We're back.
With Jamie Wilson. So, you were saying you were booked the whole year when the pandemic hit and the lockdown started. Yeah.
And then all the shows got canceled. We didn't know what was going to happen with our lives. Kala natin mga 2 weeks lang, 3 weeks. But then when it was obvious that it was going to be longer than that, everything went away. And thankfully, I was able to transition quite well into being a safety officer, a licensed safety officer through the FDCP, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, and the Department of Labor and Employment. I've always done safety as part of my mandate as a technical director, as a stage manager, even as an AD. Safety has always been part of my mandate. So it wasn't a very difficult transition. It was just I had to get trained, I had to get certified. And eventually, that's when I started falling in love with the film and television industry. It was quite interesting to be there and watch the creation of these. I did films, music videos, hybrid events, even teleseries. And it was quite interesting to see. I never appreciated kasi the process of film and television, shooting out of sequence and without a lot of rehearsals.
Tagal.
You know, I didn't really appreciate it as an actor.
Okay.
But since I was not there in the capacity as an actor, I was there as a safety officer. I was able to step back, and take a look at how much preparation and effort and creativity goes into, maybe 2 minutes of a 2 minute scene that you see on the frame. It
Mhm.
takes a whole army to put that together. So I actually fell in love with the process and changed my mind about doing television and film. And thankfully, I've also been able to get some projects there. But the lockdown was very difficult, especially in the first few months, where you basically can't leave the house.
Yeah.
So that's when I started, broadcasting on Facebook Live.
Yes.
I did a couple of podcasts. One was called "Welcome to the Story So Far,"
Yeah.
which is basically my proof of life, which I would be alone in my room under red light, talking about my day and trying to sort of give people hope to whoever would be listening that we can get through this together.
Mhm.
And then I got in touch with Sila Ellie and Audrey Junicio, who's my producer in Offshore Music, and said, "Hey, let's do another show where I interview musicians and artists. Since nobody's doing anything now, there's no gigs.
Yeah.
It would be great to be able to talk to them." And that's how we created On the Rocks, which was tremendously fun because I got to interview artists and musicians and even people who love music that ordinarily we would not even be discussing what we discuss in the show. So it was a way to not just get through the day. I would say it was a way to continue doing what I love to do and also trying to remain sane at the same time because we did not know where the world was going.
Okay. Yeah. Including unexpectedly losing people,
Yes, that's the hardest talaga.
loved ones, and friends, musicians,
Yeah.
which brings us to Jun Lupito.
Yes.
Tell us how you put together this all-star jam. And then we'll take a look at the photos and describe, since hindi namin napanood.
Oo nga.
Describe mo na
Sayang.
lang. Oo.
Poch, you
Okay.
would have had so much fun
Yeah.
if you had made it. Well, basically, when we lost June, we were all trying to cope with the grief. June's been a dear friend for more than 30 years, and he's a huge life influence in me, not just with music, but in my faith, my practice, and the way I am. So that was quite devastating when I heard about it. And of course, a tribute would need music.
Mhm.
And in the beginning, me and Stephen Lou were talking with a few people on what kind of tribute can we put up. And I said, it has to be June songs.
Tama.
Because June also loved covering a lot of songs, but then in particular, we in the 90s we had already toured his first album, Bodhisattvas. So we had played those songs live quite a few times. But the second album, Bodhi 3 and MRK, under Offshore Music, was released in 2020 during the pandemic.
Okay.
It was released, so it was never really played with a full band live. So we decided to focus on playing June's songs live in this tribute, just one set of songs. And so I started thinking of people who had a direct connection to June, who would be willing to play. And of course, there's no shortage of that. As you might be able to see from the photos, we had 5 guitars.
Oo nga eh.
5 guitars on that stage.
Hindi ba sumabog ang Lacolina?
Hindi naman kasi alam mo, ang galing nilang 5 kasi marunong silang magbalanse.
O sige, isa-isahin natin yung photos and then describe what was
sige.
happening.
That's Audrey Dionisio playing. She's on guitar also. Previously, we saw Cowboy Santos. We saw Ellie. There's Ellie singing also.
What was he singing? What was Ellie singing?
Ellie sang 2 songs. He sang Lumampas Ka and Royal Beggar from June's second album.
Okay.
That's Manuel Legarda.
Manuel Legarda, of course.
Loved June, big influence. And Manuel actually learned, yung tribute niya kay June is sinipra niya yung solo ni June sa Pure Souls.
Wow.
He didn't just do just any solo. He did June solo. Ito yung sabi niya, kailangan ko gawin yan. So
Husay.
yan
Oo.
yung ambag niya.
Okay.
Cowboy
Cowboy
said yes.
Santos,
We had,
yeah.
Cowboy Santos. We had Ira Cruz also on another guitar. With
Mhm.
5. Yung biggest concern ko is paano tayo kakasya? Kasi 5 guitar amps. That takes space. Tapos 5 pedal board. Daming space yan. Di ba?
Okay. Okay.
We had Pat Sarabia on
Pat
drums.
Sarabia on
and-
drums. Where's
and
that?
And Bong Lennon
Yes.
on bass. So the Bong Lennon's from Tropical Depression.
Yes.
So it was quite interesting because we had a mix of old and new. We had a mix of the old guard, which I'm old na apparently. So I'm part of the older guard who were there from the 90s onwards, and then we had new relationships that June had forged with the second album, and that's with sila Ellie, sila Audrey, and sila Pat Sarabia. So it was a good mix. There were more people who wanted to play. We also had Roxy Modesto on saxophone.
Saxophone, yeah.
Oo. to
Teka,
play.
what did you sing?
Oh, I sang. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm gonna run down the set list. I have it here.
Sige.
Okay, so our
that's-
set list,
okay.
it's a short set list lang. Basically, what was rehearsable kasi everybody's schedules were crazy. So we couldn't do the whole album, no? So we started out with Sagala Girl, sang by Stephen Lu. I was doing backup vocals. And then we went into Tanging Sandata. Paul Putian, also
Paul
tumuod
Putian.
si Paul. Kasi si Paul may tugtog siya sa kabilang side ng poblasyon.
Mhm.
So naglagari pa siya. So tumuwid siya. Tapos kinanta niya yung Tanging Sandata, which he also wrote. That's from the second album.
Okay.
I sang, my assigned song was Riverside Blues, which is from the second album.
Second
also.
album. Okay.
Yeah. And then Ellie took over with Lumampas Ka from the second album, and then Royal Beggar from the second album. And then Ellie and Audrey played guitar for me singing Moonflowers.
Mhm.
So that was the whole suite of the second album. Moonflowers was such a hard song to sing without crying, pare.
Talaga?
Oh, parang yan ang enlightenment song ni June.
Okay.
So it was very prophetic also because the chorus goes like, the last part of the chorus goes, lightning fire burns all my desires as my earthly body longs to see moonflowers. So it was about somebody trying to achieve or transition into the plane of enlightenment.
Mhm.
So mahirap kantahin kasi nag-transition si June.
Oo.
Di ba?
Oo.
And it was funny during rehearsals to watch 5 guitar players figure out all the guitar parts of June. That was hilarious, you know.
Okay. Okay.
And then we went after that. We invited Chikoy Pura to come up to sing Regular Guy.
Regular Guy,
I did backup vocals also for him.
Mhm.
And then we took it home with Pure Souls and Rock and Roll Ang Bayan.
Oh.
Si Stephen Lu came up for Rock and Roll Ang Bayan. I sang the Pepe Smith part. You know? And we had a great time. We had a great time. Although we were fairly loud. Yung talagang believe talaga ako sa 5 nagigitara kasi they knew how to give way to one another. Who was playing on what, and then they would tone down. Hindi yung sabay-sabay yung 5 gitara todo.
Okay.
They knew when
yeah.
to give way. O ako na ba? O ikaw naman? So ang galing, ang ganda ng balanse namin actually. I was quite surprised because kala ko mababarangay kami.
Okay.
'Di ba? Kasi Sunday.
Oo nga. Oo.
Tapos 5 gitara. Residential neighborhood.
Normally,
But it was-
sarado ba ang La Colina pag Sunday?
They're open for dinner, lunch and dinner,
Well,
but then
not
with no
allowed
bands.
drinking, okay.
Oo, walang bands. It was quite interesting to also, the best part really was the people who showed up.
Mhm.
The people who showed up was, a combination also of old and new. Old friends, new friends, people from the Sokogakkai International, the Buddhist organization that me and June belong to. They showed up also.
Okay.
And it was so nice to go, hopping from table to table and getting new June Lupita stories.
Talaga.
I mean, because I think that's how we stay alive. As long as you have stories going around about you,
Tama.
then you're still around, And ang sarap kasi na nakahanap ako ng mga bagong kwento tungkol kay June. So, syempre, may ambag din ako. May kwento ako tungkol kay June. Pero may mga bagong kwento din ako narinig. So, in that sense, ang saya. I really felt his spirit was there with us. Andy Locsin graciously allowed me to put June's old red Fender Stratocaster, his iconic red guitar.
Bakit nasa kanya?
Kasi it was, I think June fell on hard times. It went to Andy Locsin. Andy
Okay.
Locsin loves helping these
Yes.
fellow musicians, and you know it's in the best hands kasi gitarista din si Andy.
Tama. Okay. So, nasa kanya.
Parang siya yung keeper of the faith, di ba? Parang ganon.
Mhm.
And he allowed me to display it in the altar, but it couldn't be played anymore kasi may crack na yung neck. So sabi ko, ilalagay ko lang doon para nandun si June.
Tama.
Di ba? Kasi ayoko nang ipadala yung ashes niya and all that. Hindi naman to wake.
Tama. It's a
Pero
celebration.
nandun yung, it's a celebration of his life.
What
So
did
the red guitar was there.
Okay, what did Miguel Romero sing?
That was the second set na, the jamming. Si
Jamming.
Babes.
Stones.
Jamming na yon. So yung jamming namin, pumunta kami from the Stones to the Doors to the Beatles.
Mhm.
So si Babes, kinanta niya ata Satisfaction. Ako nag-Roadhouse Blues. Nag-Sympathy for the Devil. This
Lahat na.
usual. Tapos in-ending namin with Crossroads. Kasi paborito din yan si June. So si Cowboy na kumanta at tumugtog nun. So yung second set, yung idea kasi, first set, planado. But then, I had to put it in the spirit of June also na dapat may hindi planado.
Tama.
Sa second set, dami naman musikero doon. Si Tony Bernardo, nag-drums. Si Bong Lennon pa rin nag-bass eh. But it was just, we were having so much fun. So the second set was primarily for whoever who was there who wanted to play. If you were willing to go up there and play, then by all means, go. Di ba? Yan na yung jamming portion ng yung second set.
Okay, Jamie, I remember you mentioned when you wrote about June, I want you to say it here. What did you learn from June Lupito?
Okay, so in my years with June Lupito and being in his band, right, June never liked to over-rehearse.
Mhm.
He liked to get the essence of the songs. Anong ending dito? Paano ito mag-uumpisa? Paano tayo mag-ending? And if you have the essence of the song, then that is good enough. Especially with live music, especially with rock and roll. It can't be too polished. Because you have to leave. Ang sabi niya, Jamie, you have to leave space for the magic to happen. Kung masyado tayong plakado, kung masyadong polished, parang walang space for something magical to happen. So that served me well because it's true. That doesn't just apply to music or playing a live set. It also applies to your life. You have to leave room for magic to happen to you. But you have to be prepared for when the magic will happen. You have to create the conditions under which to allow the magic to happen. And more often than not, that tribute to June Lupito, magic was happening all night long. Something as basic as the projector. Mali yung kable. Hindi, mali yung projector na dala ko. It was walang HDMI cable. So, yung kableng dala ko, mali din. Pero, nagkataon, may taong may adapter. So, yung slideshow namin, yung last minute na siniset up namin, may tao na. May tao na. Tapos, uy, mali. Ay, may adapter. Uy, biglang nangyari. That's just a small example of what was happening. Umulan, traffic.
Tama.
Diba? Nahirapan si Bong Lennon para pumunta kasi, wala siya kotse. Diba? So, nag-commute lang siya. Nahirapan siya. We were all there already. We were supposed to start at 8:30 and ako, nasistress ako kasi bayista eh. Okay lang kung
hindi pwedeng wala.
Yung isang gitarista pwedeng wala kasi 5 naman yung gitarista natin dito eh. Pero yung kaisa-isang bahista natin was delayed. And sabi ko, well, what can I do? It's the universe. So you have to trust the universe. You have to trust the powers that be. I believe with all my heart that if you have good intentions and noble purpose, a good intention and a noble purpose, the universe will find a way to make it happen. And it may not be how you want it to happen, diba? But then it's how the universe will allow it or make it happen. There were a lot of things as a director. I tend to think about all the factors. But even in theater, I allow space for the magic to happen. I don't like to be too controlling in a sense, because if I am with other creative people as a director, I will use all the creative minds in the room, not just mine. Kasi sayang lang naman eh. Lahat tayo, artist dito. So I would always try to foster a sense of collaboration. And this tribute was a sense of collaboration from everybody, from the musicians to La Colina, who I'm very grateful that they opened their doors to us. It's a collaboration between me and the menu of La Colina. What do I order for the band? What food? What drinks? You know what I mean? And people were just throwing ideas. So it was a collaboration. It was a collective effort. It was just somebody just needed to, kick the door down and start it. And I'm glad that I had so much support and I had so much help and I had so much, not only creative people, but extremely generous people who were willing to give their time and their effort and their talent to do this for June. Because that was the deciding factor. We were all there
For June.
to pay tribute to a great man, to a great musician, and also to honor him and his influence on us.
Nice. Connection, no? You met
No.
Ellie, and Ellie produced June Lupito.
Yeah. Ellie was actually instrumental in getting me and June Lupito back on track.
Oh, okay.
During the pandemic, nag-uusap kami about June's second album. And June and I had parted ways because I found myself in full-time theater. So
Yeah.
matagal na kaming hindi nagsasama ni June.
Oo.
And then me and Ellie reconnected with Ang Huling El Bimbo. And then Ellie was the one who put me and June back together. So that's why my first episode for On the Rocks was June. And it was as if no time had passed. You know? So when the universe talaga is determined
As a way,
to
no?
put you,
Oo.
it will find a way talaga.
Oo. Jamie, looking back, what does life taught you? The theater, music, friends, musicians, what have you learned so far?
I have learned what not to do.
Which
I
is
learn I learn by doing. So I learn primarily from making mistakes. And what I learned to do is to not repeat the same mistakes. I will find a whole new bunch of mistakes to make so that I can learn what not to do. And in learning what not to do, that's how I learned what to do, how to do it, and how to continue doing it. So I'm the king of second chances. I've always been grateful for all the second chances I've been given. But I have learned primarily to appreciate every little artistic endeavor that I have been a part of, because it's such a privilege to be able to sing, to be able to perform, to be able to tell a story in front of people, in front of an audience. To be able to sing is such a joy. I've learned not to take things for granted, because this not everybody enjoys the blessings that I have. I mean, I have the privilege of not just being on one stage, but I'm able to be on several stages. I can be on stage with a rock band. I can be on stage in a musical play. I can be on stage in a straight play. I can be on stage hosting an event. And it's such a privilege to be able to wear a lot of hats. But that journey did not come without making mistakes. And thankfully, I've learned to not repeat the same mistakes. Just make whole new ones.
Okay. What about...
And don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Okay.
Because nobody's perfect. Whenever I meet somebody who says, "Oh yeah, I'm an expert," really, you're an expert. But the world is not perfect. So how can you be perfect if the world itself is imperfect? I think the best thing to do is to be the best that you can be.
We will use your quotes. Ang ganda. What about your parents? What did you learn from Johnny Wilson and Terry Wilson?
Oh my
Terry.
God. My dad, I learned integrity. If you're going to give your word to something, then be a man of your word. If you commit to something, whether it be a professional or personal commitment. If you say you're gonna show up, and don't just show up at 100%. You know, whether it be something that you are either volunteering for or something that you are being paid for, it demands the same amount of commitment. Whether you're doing it for the beer or kung may talent fee ka. Kung nag-agree ka to show up, show up. From my mother, I learned to laugh. I learned to be generous with my laughter. My mom is the kind of person who hindi yan nagtatanim eh. Hindi yan nagtatanim ng galit. More often than not, she would forget that she's mad at you. And then she'd say hi to you. And then she'd say, "Ay, well, I thought I was mad at you, but well, too late. I said hi na. So let's laugh together." So my mom was like that, you know? And I've learned to be more forgiving, to learn to be more generous, to be more sympathetic and compassionate with people. And that's my mom's heart, is what I'm enjoying living with right now. And it really is the return of being generous with your time. People are also generous with you, or the universe will be generous with you as well. I firmly believe in that. And I'm living proof of it, because I'm still alive and I'm still doing what I love to do.
Okay, what's up for Jamie Wilson? What any shows coming up?
Shows. Yes, I'm currently in the cast of Voltes 5,
Uy.
which is a dream come true.
What's that?
And
Is that
it's
a TV show?
Yes, it's a live action TV show from GMA7. It was announced in 2019. I've been making legal to get in, and finally I've been allowed to get in. So I'm in the cast. I can't tell you who I am. I can't. My role has not been announced, but I've been given the clearance to say that I am part of it. It's a live action Voltes 5. Poch, oh my God. My first day on the set, pumasok ako sa Camp Big Falcon, pare umiyak ako. Kasi, pinapanood ko to nung bata ko eh.
Inabutan mo.
When it first came out. So, this is my dream. So, to be, from the 7-year-old Jamie to the 49-year-old Jamie, papasok sa Camp Big Falcon, pare, umiyak ako. Kasi, Camp Big Falcon, pare. Di ba?
Nice.
So, that's the biggest project I have in the works. I'm also
when
consulting.
When is it showing? I mean,
I think it's gonna be airing, I think next year pa, because it's still under... it's still in production. It's currently still in production because naudlot yung production dahil sa pandemic.
Okay.
At nahirapan silang to resume shooting kasi the actor playing Little John, the kid, matagal siyang hindi pwedeng mag-shoot eh. Kasi pandemic pa, di ba? Pero ngayon, pwede na. Medyo maluwag na yung alert level 1. So it's still it's still in production. And then who knows? I'm playing with the Blue Rats. We play around Makati usually. 2 sets of the blues. I'm helping and I'm consulting for safety for theater, for musical theater to come back. I'm currently consulting for 2 companies. I'm not going to be appearing on stage, but I'm doing what I can to help theater get back on its feet from a safety officer's perspective, and a technical director's perspective. So yeah, I'm doing a lot of things, which is always fun.
Great. One last question.
Yeah.
A message for President-elect Bongbong Marcos. Positive, ah?
All right. It's going to take all of us to fix the problems we have in our country. It's going to take all of us working together. So I will be there to support anything that will get our country back on our feet. And if you need to unify people, to unify the country, to unify our leaders, please do not forget to unify people. You need to get their hearts and their souls. To win them, you have to win the hearts and souls of your people. You have to win the love of your people. And that's not the love for the president, but the love for the country. Country first. And if you need any help, if it's for the country, I'm there.
All right. Jamie Wilson. A man, an artist, a human being who's never afraid to make mistakes. More power, man.
Thank you, Poch.
Okay. Thank you. This has been Poch Concepcion of What's Up. Catch us every Tuesday, 2 p.m. on Facebook page of Daily Tribune, and YouTube, Tribune Now. God bless. Stay safe. Thank you.
Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapa-local man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Hello mga katribu and welcome to another episode of Perfect. I am Venice Bautista and our guest for today is from the leading arcade and family entertainment center in the country with over 50 outlets nationwide. So they've been around for a few decades now, so many children grew up with them, myself included, but they're still going strong. So how do they do it? Well, our guest has the answer. So please welcome the operations manager of Time Zone, Mr. Ryan Richard Pablo. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Venice, and good afternoon to all viewers of Daily Tribune.
Hello po. How are you today?
Yeah, good, good.
Are you in the office po?
Yes, I am. It's good that Time Zone is slowly getting back to where it pre-pandemic levels.
Wow, that's good to hear. And diba last April po, you launched the biggest time zone in the city of Manila and the third biggest one in the country, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That one is around 1,400 square meters.
Wow.
And it has also a multi-attraction concept that we are doing right now.
Mhm.
So the result is very good and still going strong now.
So please tell us about yung opening ng biggest, third biggest branch ninyo. Like how did the event happen? May mga dumating ba na, prominent figures that we should know about?
Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, that one, it was supposed to be open before pandemic, but pandemic happens and it causes some delay. But
Yes.
good thing we're back, and then we opened that last April 7,
Mhm.
and the opening was graced by mall officers, and
Mhm.
I think Miss Shamsi Supsup
Oh.
also graced our opening. So with that, we had this event for the kids and also to present our different attractions in that new venue, new store.
Wow. So ano-ano po ba yung mga bagong attractions na ito? Like, syempre, it's bigger, more spaces need to be filled, and yun nga,
Yeah.
mga kids are always excited.
Yeah, yeah. As I've mentioned earlier, the direction of Time Zone is to have this multi-concept wherein we have this short bowling lane. It's a shorter than the usual than the standard bowling,
Mm-hmm.
wherein the players don't have to remove their shoes. But, since it's
Oh,
pandemic,
yeah.
there's a hygiene issue. So that's why we came up with this not changing your shoes, and it's a bit it's really shorter. Wherein even the non-professional, they can hit
Have
a strike.
fun, yeah.
And then also we have this 9D virtual reality. So that's being rolled out across as many locations as possible. And also with this biggest time zone in Manila, we have this price shop. It's a counter wherein you just as if you're shopping for your prices, the things that you wanted inside, and then at the counter you just pay it through your e-tickets in your card. So unlike before, the customer is just pointing which item they wanted to redeem, but now it's different ball game now for time zone. So we're trying to give the very best, and of course the convenience to our guests.
So now, when we want to decide on the prices that we want, pwede namin talaga ma-inspect kung ano talaga yung...
Yes, of course.
Wow.
Before you had the ticket deducted to your card, of course, you have inspected it, and then you're sure you'll love it. And then that's the time that you'll go to checkout to finally get the item.
I see. Okay, so I'll be the one to ask this. I'm sure sobrang daming taong gusto malaman yung tanong na to. Like, where do you get the machines, yung mga games? Like, talaga bang manufacture ng time zone ito? Or like, do you outsource or something? The concept din, diba? They're such unique games.
Of course. Well, we source out our machines from different countries like US, Europe, Japan, Korea, and also China. We make it sure that we have this right combination of games inside time zone, so that our guests would really enjoy. And we're not manufacturing our own; we just source it from abroad.
So parang ano ba yung mga standard ng time zone? How do you guys select yung mga games na kukunin?
Yeah. Well, as you know, time zone is operating not only in the Philippines, but also in other countries. Yeah, but when initially we tried the few machine, and then when we got the feedback from our guests, and then that's the time that it's either we buy more or not. So it depends on the feedback that we're getting from our guests when we launch few units of the machine.
I see. Okay. So, depende sa feedback ng inyong mga...
Yes.
From like ages, like children from adult, right? You're catering to
yes.
all ages.
Yeah. We made sure that the children will be busy with other machines, and also the parents, they're doing their thing to other machines, and also to grandparents. We have this massage chair inside, though few, but this is specifically to, when their parents are tired enough, so they're gonna take a rest for a while until such time that their children were done playing.
Yes.
So really, that's why Family Entertainment Center, we made sure that we cater to all the members of the family.
Yes. And kitang-kita natin sa attractions ng time zone yan. So, sir, matanong ko naman kayo, how long have you been the operations manager of Time Zone?
Yes, right now I'm 13 years.
Wow.
In Time Zone. My first few years I spent as auditor of the company, and then after I took over the operation side.
So, how did you experience yung parang transition to being the auditor to yung mismo talagang management, the operations na?
Well, being an auditor of Time Zone, you used to, as if you're part of the operation, so almost all aspects of operations I knew already. And then most likely that was the reason why the management, entrusted to me the operation side.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
So what was it like when the pandemic struck? Diba, syempre Time Zone, active yan, constant operations, tuloy-tuloy, every day, and then biglang lockdown.
Venice, that was I can say, sad part during that time, wherein our industry is the one of the worst affected by this pandemic,
Yes.
and actually one of the last to be allowed to open. And good thing, the management has been so supportive to our employees. And then even during that time that we're closed, we're supporting them in terms of giving portion of their salary. And then during that time that all malls are closed, so at least once or twice a week, we see to it that our employees are visiting our venues just to check, in order for them to, to receive their portion of their salary.
I see. So, that's good to hear na talagang continuous pa rin yung trabaho nila kahit papaano nabawasan nga yung days, syempre. But yeah, so ang dami ring nawala for, a time being, the pandemic.
Yes, you mean in terms of employment in time zone? Yeah, definitely. Those non-permanent, of course, we have no choice but to, not to continue the employment. But those regular employees that remain, those are the ones who receive the fraction of their salaries.
So, it's good to hear then that you constantly, check up on the machines and on the stores to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah. We have that standard that every so often, we have to ensure that all machines in time zone are working properly. And more than that, we made sure that our machines are safe when we operate, since our target market is the family.
Yes. Alright. So, kitang-kita naman natin, guys. Ngayon, mabalik na sila. Although sad nga na nangyari yung pandemic, but everybody was affected. And now, konti-konti tayong bumabalik. So, we'll know more about, their operations, how they're going now with the new normal setup. So, we'll continue. So, we'll take a short break.
Fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura at Jojo Silvestre. Be ready ng mamangha at matuwa every Thursday alas 2 ng hapon dito lang sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito nyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang What's Up. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa What's Up. Mapalutong bahay man o sumptuous meal for special occasions, sagot na kayo ng tropang Kalanpag. Dahil atid sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang fun and exciting cooking show na Kalanpag, manood at matuto kung paano lutuin ang mga favorite nyong recipes. Sabayan pa ng fun and inspiring na kwentuhan sa kusina. I-upgrade na rin natin ang mga nakasanayang traditional dish ng pamilya. Plus, healthy tipid tips na ibabahagi ng tropang Kalanpag. Matuto, mabusog at good vibes dito lang sa Kalanpag tuwing Lunes, 10:30 a.m. sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Pablo. And before the break, we were talking about the pandemic time. Everybody was down, their operations had to stop. But now, as you can see, they opened their third biggest branch in the whole country. So that means they're doing good. And sabi niya kanina na talagang pabalik na sila sa pre-pandemic levels. So, Sir Ryan, hello. Are you still here?
Yes, Venice.
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay, kwentuhan pa tayo. So, yun nga, Time Zone is an arcade, diba? But now, we have so many other attractions like yung bowling, what do you call this? Diba, may karaoke na for a long time. There's a VR ride, billiards and stuff. So, now, it has become like a family entertainment center, a gaming center na talaga. So,
Yes.
what prompted this development over the years?
Yeah, it's a good question, Vinis. Ano? Well, actually, when we first launched our Philly Mall, the Ayala Mall's Philly Mall
Mm-hmm.
in Pasig, that was the first multi-concept that we launched. And then we saw the acceptance of the market. So that's why we said na this is the new direction of Time Zone. So that we can cater as many guests as possible. And then at the same time, they're enjoying it. In fact, we've seen increase in dwelling time of family inside Time Zone by having those multi-concept, wherein we have this what I've mentioned earlier, we have this bowling, we have this 9D virtual reality, and the prize shop, and billiards and karaoke. So that's why moving forward, that is our direction to have this big space multi-concept Time Zone.
Yes. And actually, I was just there like no Saturday sa Vertis North branch, and it got so much bigger nga. And then I saw how much people were starting to line up din sa bowling. And they just seemed like they were having so much fun. And even I saw lolos, like granddads, hanging out together. You know, maybe they were longtime pals, but it's so nice to see that, you know, we're kind of going back to the normal setup nga. And that, yun nga, like you said, you cater na to all the ages talaga. And it's so nice that even our lolos and lolas can enjoy their time.
Venice, probably that's why our bowling has this, bumper rail, wherein if you have these kids, 2 or 3, 4-year-old, they can still play it. How? We have this bumper rail, wherein, as you know, when the kids are playing, most likely if the lane don't have this rail, most likely, they're gonna go to the gutter. And then since you have this, they just press it at the bottom of the panel, and then it will, raise, and then that's it. They can play.
Oh, I see.
Even the grandparents, they can assure that the bowling balls will hit direct to the pins because of that.
Yeah. Oh wow, very inclusive and smart.
Yes,
Talagang
yes.
pwede
That's
sila,
why.
pwede makisingit yung mga kids while the adults are having
Exactly.
fun.
Then for the safety of the kids of that young age, we made it sure that we have this staff assisting them, that whenever they need assistance, our staff is easily they can assist those family.
Yun, kaya naman pala dinudumog yung bowling area. Kasi nga, everybody can play talaga.
That's very good attraction now in Time Zone.
Yes, but even though there are so many new ones, no, I see a lot of games na talagang bata pa lang ako nilalaro ko na. They never leave Time Zone. So, may I ask, like, parang air hockey, yung basketball, shooting games, diba? Classic eh. So,
actually, Venice, we have these games as old as 20 years.
Talaga?
And then it's still existing. Why? Because those are the machines that give tickets. Wherein, since once they have this ticket, they have this choice of redeeming any items in our prize shop. So it works harmoniously among all the machines, and also what Time Zone is offering. So that's why even those old machines still existing and giving fun to families and Time Zone guests.
Yeah, and I guess yung nostalgia din eh, 'di ba? Like kapag nakikita naman, like me for example, I'm above 20 years old na, and then looking back at the games that I used to play at 5 years old or ganyan, andun pa rin sila eh. So, yung nostalgia na parang, okay, I'm gonna play this again kasi I used to have so much fun with this game.
Yeah, exactly, Benice. They have to engage themselves, so for them to experience what's the what fun it is while playing in Time Zone with these different machines and entertainment to offer. Definitely, they have to experience it for themselves.
Yes. So, curious ako, Sir Ryan, ano-ano yung mga 20-year-old games na yan? What are the classic games that, still attract so many players, customers?
Well, as you've mentioned, we have this air hockey, and then we have this ticket game called the Slama Winner,
Oh yeah.
wherein it gives a lot of ticket.
Mhm.
So that's why many guests or our customers love it, because in a very short time they can generate as many as tickets as they want,
Yeah.
as long as they are skilled, because those machines are skill based. So once they're very familiar on this machine, it's very easy to get tickets.
I see. Ayun. So how do you maintain the attraction of, getting customers kahit na nasa digital age na tayo?
Well, as I've mentioned earlier, it's different in time zone. Once you're there, the experience that you get, and with your families, loved ones, and groups or friends, it's different. Because as I've mentioned earlier, we have this good combination of machines. They were in, ticket games here, attraction games here, vending machine here. So definitely they have to experience that, in order for them to really play those machines.
Yeah. And I guess one attraction din that combines both worlds, yung pagka-physical ng arcade and the digital, is yung photo booth. The way that you get a printout, but also you can have the option to have the images emailed, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Those photo booth, right, during this pandemic, that's one of I can say number one machine.
Oh.
We're thinking why. Maybe because, as you know, those after we came from being locked down for so many months, and then friends and families see each other, and then they wanted to have this memories of picture together. So most likely that's the reason why. In fact, some of our stores or center, we put more than one of this machine, and still you can see there's a lot of queuing on this machine. Everybody wants to get their picture printed together with their friends and family. Definitely that's something that we're trying to add more in our venues.
Yes, actually totoo. Like even though there's more than one photo booth in the branch, lagi may pila sa photo booth na attraction. And kasama na ako dun.
Loves to get photo.
Yeah. Like, yun nga, sabi ko, the Saturday, nandun ako with my brother and my cousin. And nakatatlo agad kami. Medyo nakakahiya kasi tagal namin doon. But it's been so long na talagang, yun nga, nostalgia and the fun that it brings. It captures the memory.
Other country, other time zone country is just thinking why time zone Philippines is very strong in this machine. And then we just said, Filipinos love to take photo with their friends and family.
Yes, that is so true. Capturing memories with our loved ones talaga. Very
Yes,
Filipino.
and then you're right. Every guest or once they took photo of that photo vending, they can send it through their email, so that they can have this, soft copy of their photo.
Yes, as instantly share na sa Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
So quick now.
Yeah, so speaking of these, fun experiences, why do you think it's important for arcades to continue existing throughout, time in the future even?
Yeah, actually, Venice, during the time that at the onset of this iPad games on cell phone,
yes,
we are very worried that time because it might significantly affect time zone or amusement industry. But thankfully and fortunately, it affects a bit. But after that, the experience that you can get by going to time zone compared to those to playing just on a gadget is very different. So that's why that keeps us doing good, and also as you know, since we came from this long pandemic, and then most of the people were limited to go outside, and then since now we are now allowed to go outside, and then we're thinking that they miss it. So going back to your question, yeah, amusement industry like time zone should continue existing so that we can give different experience, especially during this time of pandemic, wherein the mental state of the people is a bit affected because of being not allowed to go outside. So this is the time that they can experience those amusement in time zone to play machine.
Yes, exactly. So you opened up the third biggest branch recently. Can we expect the second and the first, largest ones anytime soon?
Yes, definitely. As I've mentioned earlier, that is now direction of time zone is to give this multi-concept to all our guests. So actually, we have this. You're right. We'll be having the biggest of all time zone in the Philippines. It would be in Ayala Malls, Fairview Terraces. And then we're targeting to open this November of this year. It would be around 2,700 square meters. And as I've mentioned, it complete with all multi-concept attraction like prize shop, bowling, and then it's gonna be it has a party rooms, and also we'll be adding new one, the bumper cars. So since it's bigger, we'll be adding bumper cars. So definitely that's something to look forward to.
Baka mamaya in 10 years magka-amusement park na ang time zone. That is so fun! Naku, mag-enjoy ang mga bata lalo. Siguro pati adults.
Yeah, definitely. As I mentioned, we're trying to cater all members of the family.
Yes, so thank you so much, Sir Ryan, for, having this conversation today with us. Sobrang fun and nakaka-excite yung mga pwede nating abangan dyan. So, for now, we'll take a short break, but hindi pa talaga tapos ito. We're gonna know more about you naman, you yourself. So, there we go. Perfect. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Mga impormasyong direktang makukuha mula sa sources at diretsahang usapan. Yan ang ating daming sa inyo sa programang Straight Talk. Samahan nyo kami sa makabuluhang talakayan live tuwing Martes alas 10 ng umaga sa official Facebook page ng Daily Tribune at Tribune Now on YouTube. Makinig at makisali sa usapan every Friday night at 6 p.m. sa I Speak Katribu Podcast. Samahan sina Daniel at Alvin na pag-usapan ang mga relevant topic na tiyak kakarelatean nyo mga katribu. At pagdating ng Sunday at 7 p.m., Speak Your Mind with our I Speak program na sasagot sa mga tanong regarding the latest and relevant issues sa paligid natin. I-like at i-follow nyo ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube para updated ka sa mga latest episode namin mga katribu.
Hello, you are still watching Perfect. So for this segment, we will play a game with Ryan Pablo, the Time Zone's operations manager. So this game is called Fast Talk, where we are going to ask you, Sir Ryan, some questions and you have to answer. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so first question. So how do you spend your rest days?
Well, I just stay my house with my kids, and then sometimes I visit time zone venues during weekends to see that you know we're at standard.
You must really love your job.
I have to.
Yes. So how do you distress naman if even the weekends you go to time zone?
Well, we have this in our office. We have this occasionally. We're going out together to visit to base of our president. So that's the time that we spend time together and do some relaxation.
I see. So what's your favorite arcade attraction naman being, the operations manager nga naman ng time zone?
Well, we have this basketball extreme. That's a standard basketball. It's a standard free throw basketball. Same height, same standard length. So whenever I visit time zone, that's the game that I always play.
Same, sir. Hindi nawawala yung basketball pag bumibisita talaga ako.
Yes, that's a favorite game of Filipino.
Yes. How do you like your coffee?
Come again?
How do you like your coffee, sir? Do you drink coffee?
Yeah. Yes.
You like it hot?
I like it hot.
Okay. So what's your favorite time of the day naman?
Well, it's lunchtime.
Well, don't we all? Okay, so what's your favorite karaoke song or your go-to karaoke song?
Well, I'm more on old games, so all the songs. So who's John Denver, something like that.
Wow. Okay, parang parents ko lang. Ayan. So eto, describe Ryan Pablo in 3 words.
Well, it's a hard question for me. Anyway, all right. I'm just a silent type person, though, and I travel a lot, and I love my family.
Oh. Okay, so I think mas easy to for you. Describe time zone in 3 words.
Time zone, FEC, Family Entertainment Center.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sir Ryan, for joining us today and being such a good sport. We enjoyed learning about time zone, all the things and wonderful things about time zone, and yung journey ninyo being, bringing fun to the community. So before we go, maybe you'd like to tell our viewers some parting shots, you'd like to invite them.
Yes. So to all the viewers out there, we please look forward to our biggest time zone that will be opening. It would be in Ayala Mall's Fairview Terraces. We're targeting to open this November, and then as I mentioned earlier, it would have a multi-concept entertainment that caters all members of the family.
There we go. Thank you once again, Sir Ryan. I hope you continue, staying safe and having fun with Time Zone.
Thank you, Venice. Thank you. Thank you to all the viewers.
Thank you po. And thank you also to our Katribu for tuning in. You can watch Perfect live every Wednesday at 2 p.m. on Daily Tribune's Facebook page and also on Tribune Now on YouTube. Once again, I am Venice Bautista, and this has been Perfect.
fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura at Jojo Silvestre. Be ready ng mamangha at matuwa every Thursday alas 2 ng hapon dito lang sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Let's go.
Good afternoon and welcome to another episode of Spotlight. I am Venice Bautista. So today we will be joined by people from a skincare brand that has been recommended for over 70 years. So did you know that May is actually the Skin Awareness Month? So before May ends, we invited these people. So we're very lucky to have them since they're very busy right now actually because they're having their first ever Skin Awareness Month of their brand in the Philippines. So without further ado, let's welcome Cetaphil, Baby and Pro Country Brand Lead Barbie Razon, and also Galderma Philippines Business Unit Head Jade Silva Neto Ponok. Hello ladies, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi, Dennis.
Are you guys in the office or house, home?
No, I'm currently home.
Okay.
Work from home for today. Work from home.
Okay, so let's get right into it. So, what is Skin Awareness Month? Parang hindi nga siya actually very famous in the country, like the celebration as is, right?
That's right, Denise. Skin Awareness Month, in fact, is the first for Galderma to do it. In fact, we had quite a number of activations similar to such, but this one is quite big. So for Galderma Philippines, every now and then, there had been some activities that we do to reach out to consumers in partnership with our dermatologists. But first ever, we're holding this Skin Awareness Month. And it's not only in the Philippines. In fact, as we speak, there are some countries holding it in different parts of JPAC, or that's Asia Pacific for us, and even US or Europe. Now, in the Philippines, the intention of Skin Awareness Month is to be able to take it in various platforms relevant so that we'll be able to continuously educate our consumers. Because being the leader in sensitive skin, we feel that there's a lot that we can do to be able to impart to them what should be the proper way to take care of their skin. And the best way to do that, of course, is in partnership with their dermatologist, right?
Yes.
So the angle that we are looking into is basically knowing what are the skin stories of people. I mean, I can have a different concern, right? For my skin, it can be very dry, extremely dry. In your case, it can be combination, oily, dry, and it would actually entail having different solutions. So in order to define what would be the proper solution, we need experts to guide us on that, right? So what will be the focus of Skin Awareness Month is basically getting to know closely various skin stories, identifying skin solutions through real skin experts. So a lot of exciting events. It's not a one-time thing, and as you've mentioned, we're quite busy, but we're happy to really have this. Thank you for having us. And it's different legs because we would like to really drill down and give some detail in each of the skin stories relevant for Filipinos.
Wow, first ever skin awareness event in the Philippines. Isn't it kind of, it's a big production. So how long have you been preparing for this event?
That's actually a very interesting question. You can almost imagine, right, being in production and all.
Yes.
Yes, it's long preparation because when we say that we're going to give our audience or our consumers something like this, we need to be very prepared and we need to have a lot of content. And what we have with us is, in fact, um, good set of information, in-depth clinical studies even, so that we'll be able to be in a position to provide them with the right guidance. So we're talking about 550 clinical papers, 32,000 patients.
Oh, wow.
So are the consistent efforts of Galderma. So our head office is based in Switzerland. So this actually, the initiative is looking after what are the relevant skin conditions across the world. And then, of course, for Philippines, our medical and RA, regulatory affairs, together with marketing, will be looking into what will be relevant for the Philippines. And then atopic dermatitis, for example, acne, and psoriasis, so name it, actually dry skin and acne would be very much relevant in atopic dermatitis. So those will be um, part of the preparation because when we say education, we must be able to provide them with reliable references. And then another preparation, of course, is having the right partners. So any efforts would be quite useless, of course, if we don't amplify enough. So, like, yeah, Mullen is a very good partner on PR because we know what we want to impart. We have good pieces of information. We even have strong partnership with dermatologists. Now, it's a matter of reaching out to the consumer. So we need to have, like Tribune, we need to have proper platforms wherein how can we reach our consumers? How will they know that there is such running? So that is one bucket. And then another bucket would be the set of KOLs that will be tapping for the event. So that's basically the type of groundwork. And in fact, we need to determine what would be running direct to consumer, what would be running within the pharmacist community, and largely what would be running within the medical community. So that has been for, in the Philippines, 25 years, the three-pronged approach when it comes to promoting Cetaphil.
Oh my gosh, that's a very detailed process of preparing for this event. So may I ask what the highlights are? Like what can we expect from the Skin Awareness Month event of Cetaphil?
Yes, it's really very good. I appreciate because there are various ways as to how we can connect virtually, right? And this type of registration, this platform that we're using right now, I highly appreciate because it's not your typical webinar that you'll just log in. It's not also your typical Zoom meeting. So this kind of platform really connects consumers and allow them to go back to it and navigate through different materials. So there are TVCs, brochures, and videos. And then there is a specific schedule on the live session. And then when we log into that, we try to make it into a three-leg approach, wherein day one we tackled core line, what sensitive skin is all about, and then what is the importance of addressing the 5 signs of skin sensitivity and all those. And then when it comes to sensitive skin, there goes, how about those individuals wherein they need brightening, but we know that brightening or whitening can be quite abrasive, right?
Yes.
So the real, I'm guilty of that. I use Kojic, and especially after giving birth, we tend to have dark areas in the neck and all. But it really harms the skin. So we came up with a breakthrough through our Bright Healthy Radiance. In fact, that's the day 2. Yesterday was about our core line, moisturizer, cleanser, the iconic Gentle Skin Cleanser. And then today, it's actually about skin brightening. Even if you have sensitive skin, you can actually achieve healthy brightening. And then even more exciting tomorrow for the moms is on baby. So later on, Barbie will be able to expound a bit on that.
3-day event. Wow. So isn't it kind of hard, or did you encounter any challenges now that we are in a pandemic? Although mas maluwag na ngayon compared to the previous months, but still pandemic, there could have been some causes of delay or something. Were there challenges that you experienced or faced?
Actually, the challenge that we face currently now that there are movement already, less restrictions, is the dilemma that is it still virtual or dapat face-to-face? Baliktad. So, we experience not naman the consumer event because this needs to be really wide, and in order to do that, we need the proper platform. But for doctors, of course, they're so a little bit sawa. I mean, there's like a lot of those happening already the past 2 years.
Yeah.
So the one that we have on doctors, yun yung nafe-feel namin na pressure. Parang, of course, we miss them. Parang because we're in direct engagement with them previously. So baliktad. Pandemic, in fact, is the thing that we've learned to somewhat master, I would say, in the past 2 years. Different ways of doing virtual, different ways of logistics nga, diba? Yung delivery, na-master na rin natin yung best way to deliver, to receive items. But this one, if I may expound a bit, what didn't change in terms of setup in our events, the tandem of having influencer and derm. In any session, we've seen that has always worked. No? So we have a combination of your influencer who are authentic users of the product. So it comes out as a testimonial because right now it's not anymore what you say about your brand. It's about what others will say about your brand, right? So it's really good. And the more for us, ni Barbie and our other marketers, we feel we have that pride of saying that it's really good we're handling Cetaphil because once people get to try it, they would really like recommend. They're happy with how they're parang rarely kasi that when you use a product right away, you'll see, oh, it works, diba? For you to say it works, parang how? But with Cetaphil, you will see that it really works. Like when you use the Gentle Skin Cleanser, when you use the moisturizer, you can really see the difference. And if your skin is dry, instantly it's not dry, and so it's really amazing. And then we have this parang known personalities who are users parang for years, and they're the ones that we tap. So we don't really partner with those na wala pang experience with the product. We respect, of course, their option, pero what we do is leverage on the experience of those known personalities and then partnering them with a derm to be able to impart to the consumer naman parang the science behind it. Parang why does this thing parang it's good for you, like no fragrance, no nasties. And then here comes like somebody who has an experience with a product na parang it acts as, it works nga. So that is actually quite powerful for our consumers to be guided.
Yes, that's true. Especially now, it's so important for consumers to have reviews, yung authentic reviews talaga before they purchase the products, diba? So having real people.
Guilty tayo, we do that, diba?
Yeah, we do.
We do that before you invest. Ako sobra talagang tiyagaan in reading reviews. That's so true.
Very detailed. Kailangan everything about it. You have to know. So nakakatawa na you guys really take the time to research on these people that you get in partnership with. Yun. So hearing about this event is also making me excited kasi it means like we're really going back to the new normal setup. And then also, skin awareness nga isn't really very talked about in our country. Even though it's so important, yung care for our skin is what the concern is, eh, diba? Parang we don't know where to start. So yeah, we'll know more about your product, Cetaphil, from Barbie naman after the break. So stay with us.
Magandang araw mga katribo! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Attorney Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chert Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na!
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu! Mapalutong bahay man o sumptuous meal for special occasions, sagot na kayo ng tropang Kalanpag. Dahil atid sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang fun and exciting cooking show na Kalanpag, manood at matuto kung paano lutuin ang mga favorite nyong recipes. Sabayan pa ng fun and inspiring na kwentuhan sa kusina. I-upgrade na rin natin ang mga nakasanayang traditional dish ng pamilya. Plus, healthy tipid tips na ibabahagi ng tropang Kalanpag. Matuto, mabusog, at mag-good vibes dito lang sa Kalanpag. Tuwing Lunes, 10:30 a.m. sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Welcome back to Spotlight. We are still with the brand representatives of Cetaphil. And before the break, we were talking about yung events, no? So parang Skin Awareness Month, and then 3-day events. So it's extensive and it's so educative. Tapos parang talagang marami kang matutunan from the experiences of the influencers nga and the derms, right? So why is Cetaphil doing this event?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, just to provide you, Venice, a quick background on our heritage. Cetaphil kasi was founded by a pharmacist on the premise of having a product for every dermatological need. And the brand has always, advocated for using the right skincare product fit for every skin type. Particularly sensitive skin. And we are on a mission to help empower everyone, to have access to products to help them achieve healthier skin. And we also want to promote healthy skin, of course, as Jade mentioned, also through education. And oftentimes people forget that healthy skin means a skin that both looks and functions well, diba? So education provides that means of making sure consumers know that skin is healthy beyond product usage, like diet and lifestyle. Each of these play an important role. And this is where Skin Awareness Month comes in. The goal is for the entire month of May talaga to amplify this message, disseminate information that can help people take better care of their skin. So that's it.
So kaya pala 3-day event kasi nga it's for the whole of May. Right? Doing so much, getting to parang cover the whole month. So what exactly is sensitive skin? Parang hindi ata siya masyado clear, no, for most of us, me included. Parang when I say sensitive skin, is it like when I see redness on my skin? Like what exactly are the attributes or the signs that we have sensitive skin?
Yeah, we've been mentioning that paulit-ulit kanina, but allow me to answer that according to dermatology experts.
Yes.
So sensitive skin is a condition with high prevalence, meaning it's very common, but it remains kumbaga difficult to define kasi sensitivity per se, it refers to skin that is more prone to inflammation and then more active also to chemical stimuli. So this includes the cosmetics that we use, can be also skincare products as well as fragrances, and as well as environmental factors. So ito yung weather, the heat, the cold, the wind, pollution. So these are all potential irritants and main drivers that trigger skin sensitivities. Kumbaga, it can manifest in a number of ways. And for me, the best way to put clarity into it is by identifying siguro yung subjective sensations or yung feelings, and also the visible signs of skin sensitivity that are consistently present. And speaking of which, the 5 signs of skin sensitivity to look for, this includes yung dryness first, then irritation, roughness, tightness, and then weakened skin barrier. So let's go one by one. No?
Yes, please.
So let's start with dryness. So due to a lack of moisture in skin cells, those with dry skin are more likely to have sensitive skin. Diba? Very true. Kasi parang sensitive skin cells, they can't hold onto moisture as well as they should. Yeah. Yes. And next to that is irritation. So this is the feeling naman of unpleasant sensation. So ito yung stinging, itching, burning, and discomfort. In other words, no?
Yeah.
So and then there's roughness. So the shedding or peeling of skin cells. So this can be impaired, leading to flaky, dull, and uneven texture. And then another one is yung tightness. So this is the feeling of taut or stretched or strained skin, no? And happens because the skin is lacking moisture and hydration. And then last but not least is yung weakened skin barrier. So what is this skin barrier? Yung skin barrier acts as gates. So parang gates siya to guard and protect our skin. And a weakened barrier can allow actually irritants to penetrate the skin and also allow hydration or the moisture to escape from the skin. So it's important to ensure that this barrier stays intact and healthy to avoid further irritation.
Oh, grabe, ang dami rin palang signs to look out for. But at the same time,
True.
these parang factors are huge in parang identifying. Like, yung, ako, na-experience ko pala yung pagka-tightness, yung pala, it can be a sign of sensitive skin. So now I know. So how does Cetaphil like relieve these problems?
Yeah. So thank you for asking that question.
Yes.
So we'll deep dive now to Cetaphil.
Yes.
You know what, Cetaphil, parang caring for sensitive skin talaga is our heritage. It's our purpose. It's our mission, and it's very simple to make sensitive skin feel loved, feel cared for, and by using the latest skincare science. Because sensitive skin can affect any person of any age, any location around the globe. And we truly believe that those with sensitive skin shouldn't have to compromise on the products and ingredients that they use, which is why we have the products formulated, recommended, tested, trusted by dermatologists with our deep knowledge of sensitive skin science. So to cleanse, to hydrate, and protect all types of sensitive skin, be it, dry, dehydrated, combination, oily, name it, including yung mga skin conditions like acne-prone skin, eczema-prone skin, and everything in between. So, yon. So parang everyone can benefit from this because it doesn't harm the skin. In fact, it keeps it protected and healthy. So and also we're proud to say also that Cetaphil has been leading the sensitive skin space for 75 years now. So ganun na siya katagal, and it's also available in more than 70 countries worldwide. And we're proud to say also that we remain to be the most prescribed skincare brand by dermatologists.
Wow, so brand heritage, and then yun nga, 75 years. That's a lot of research and continuous development nga, diba, ng mga products. So,
Yes.
ngayon ko lang nalaman na parang ang dami rin palang products ng
Pro-
Cetaphil, right? Like, it
Yes,
ranges
yes.
for any skin type. I thought it was just for sensitive skin.
Yeah. Actually, no, yung very first product ng Cetaphil is the Gentle Skin Cleanser. So it's our torch bearer. It's an all-time favorite. It, of course, it effectively cleanses all skin types without stripping moisture. And then we also have our moisturizers line. We have yung Cetaphil moisturizing lotion, which is ideal for the body. And then we also have the cream, which is for the face naman, to help keep skin smooth and supple for up to 48 hours. And then we also have a line that's dedicated to people naman who want to achieve healthy, radiant skin. And in a gentle and friendly way, no? Even for moms actually with sensitive skin. So it's the Cetaphil Bright Healthy Radiance range, and it's made with the same care also for sensitive skin as its core line. But this one, it has added benefits of addressing dark spots naman. So here, targeting yung melanogenesis to reduce pigmentation. So I'm getting a bit technical here. So melanogenesis, in yung process we're in. The melanocytes, so these are the ones responsible for skin pigment. So it targets this process that inhibits the production of these to reduce the pigmentation. So that's Cetaphil Bright Healthy Radiance. It's a healthy way to visibly brighter skin. And that's with the Gentle Bright technology, no? Which contains yung niacinamide. We have also sea daffodil. So natural ingredients din siya to give those who want to achieve brighter skin, more radiant skin. So in just 4 weeks, actually, yung promise niya. So this range is indeed one of the fastest growing innovations also under Cetaphil to date, and has become the darling of the crowd. And lastly is my cup of tea, the Cetaphil Pro AD Derma and the Cetaphil Baby range. So the Cetaphil Pro AD Derma naman, so this skin restoring range is very much distinct from the other Cetaphil lines, as it offers kumbaga, targeted therapeutic benefit. It's specially designed for eczema-prone skin. So ito yung very dry, yung itchy, may redness, scaling, This one naman boasts of the patented filigrane technology and ceramides. So these ingredients are responsible naman for producing skin's natural moisturizing factors. So it helps in restoring and rebuilding the barrier for better protection. And what's good is that Cetaphil Pro AD Derma is ideal for both children and then for adults also. And as the condition, kumbaga yung eczema or atopic dermatitis is more common in very young children, our formulation is also suitable even for newborns.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
So that's how safe it is.
Yeah, and moving, hindi pa tapos ganun karami yung lines namin. So, moving on naman to newborns, no? Speaking of newborns, we also have the Cetaphil Baby range, which is undeniably well-loved by Filipino moms. So, we launched it last quarter of 2015, and since then, it has been well-loved and trusted by moms. And to my fellow moms, kasi kumbaga, diba, we know there is no compromise in caring for our little one's skin. Diba? Kumbaga, hindi pwedeng i-sacrifice. It should be a priority. And Cetaphil Baby is here to support and strengthen yung natural development of baby-sensitive skin. So we have a range of daily care products specially designed to protect and nourish baby skin. And that is from birth onwards. There.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
At talaga nakagulat kasi nga from every kind of skin, every type of skin, and also from newborns to adults, lahat covered. Nobody's
True.
safe.
And to add to that,
Yeah.
diba parang Jade mentioned nga kanina, skincare is not a one-time thing. So parang, diba, it requires commitment. It pays to have a routine and to be consistent. And yun nga, skin health should be a top priority, especially for kids, no, in building the foundation for their holistic well-being. Kasi parang if you start early, it helps your baby to stay healthy also. Kaya yon, Cetaphil baby is the healthy start baby's delicate skin deserves.
Yes, correct. Let's start it pagka ano pa lang, 'di ba? Pagkalabas pa lang ng mga babies, it's important to have laid the foundation that they need. So there we go. Thank you so much, Miss Jade and Miss Barbie, for joining us today and for, educating and having us some kind of, tips talaga when it comes to taking care of our skin. But hindi pa nagtatapos dito ang spotlight. We'll know more about you personally, just, fun personal questions to get to know you naman. Okay, so spotlight will be back.
Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito niyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang WhatsApp. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa WhatsApp. Makinig at makisali sa usapan every Friday night at 6 p.m. sa iSpeak Katribu Podcast. Samahan sina Daniel at Alvin na pag-usapan ang mga relevant topic na tiyak kakarelatean nyo mga katribu. At pagdating ng Sunday at 7 p.m., Speak Your Mind with our iSpeak program na sasagot sa mga tanong regarding the latest and relevant issues sa paligid natin. I-like at i-follow nyo ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube para updated ka sa mga latest episode namin mga katribu. Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Q. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa mga kwentong hatid ng Perfect. Search lang ang Daily Tribune sa inyong Facebook at Tribune Now on YouTube. See you there mga katribu! Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami niyan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Hello, you are still watching Spotlight. So now for this segment naman, we will be asking our guests some fun and personal questions about them. Now that we have tackled all the things that we need to know about Cetaphil. Okay, so Miss Barbie and Miss Jade, welcome back. So these will be just, mga opinions and just fun stuff to know about you. Are you ready? Okay.
Yes.
So first, how do you start your day? You first, Miss Barbie.
Oh, I start my day actually. It's a very busy day for me every day since I have students in the house, so I have to help them get ready for school. So it's the first thing that I do because they wake up early. Their class is at 7.
Oh, very early.
So that's how I start my day. It's not I don't have my me time yet, no, at that part of the day, but I ensure that I get my me time later.
Yes,
that
that's
day.
important.
Yeah.
How about you, Miss Jade?
Yeah, in my case, I start with it by sending off my husband. So he's a doctor. He's very
Oh.
early. So it's either I wake him up or he wakes me up na he's about to go na. So it depends on the night before kung how tiring it was. And then I check on the kids, same with Barbie. And then if they have online school, I make sure they are prepared. Sending not to school, to the other room, dun sa computers nila after they dress up. And then check on my calendar in the phone. Yun na, puro navigate na sa phone. And then after some time, mga around 9, that's when I really open my laptop for official, if we're on a work from home setup.
I see.
So that's basically that.
Yeah, very
Walang
hectic.
breakfast, diba? So,
Oo.
coffee lang, okay na ako sa breakfast. Which is
Parehas
not
pala
good.
kayo. Parehas kayong very hectic ang start ng day. Yeah.
True, but it's fun. Parang ano na, I got to accept when I got parang when I had my kids, parang yun na eh, parang naging sanay ka na that you don't get to sleep that much as compared when I was single.
Yes. Ayan. So how do you end your days naman, ladies? Yes, Miss Barbie, if you first.
Yeah, and usually, since yung day namin starts with the kids, yan, yung mga moms ganyan eh. Actually, ako, after work, sometimes kasi minsan late na rin, natatapos for work. But I make sure na when everything is quiet, the kids are in bed, parang yung time na feeling ko I'm at peace. And then I can do anything I want. I can watch Netflix. I can listen to music. And ito pang ano na to, pang tita. I'll have tea in the evening to help me relax as well. Yeah, so that's how I end it.
That sounds lovely. Parang ako din na-relax. How about you, Miss Jade?
Parang hopefully hindi to pattern and hopefully hindi kami nagkakahawahan ng mga mommy sa group namin. But it's really like that. I love nighttime. Usually, pareho kaming mga medyo late sleeper ng team. So, I'll include chat na rin with them. Alam mo yun, parang we're almost in constant touch. Parang we're and then that's where I have even if it's night, ironically, I still have like coffee. And then that's when I sort of try to contemplate about a lot of things, like about family, what we need and all that, and then about work. I try to give myself some quiet time. And then the kids know that, so they do their own thing. But after some time, when they start to feel sleepy, they walang choice. They'll really parang demand that I put them to sleep. That's when ano na, parang cue na yun sa akin that I'll take a shower, I'll clean up, then I'll put them to sleep, and then sleep na rin kami ng husband ko. So that's basically that period wherein after dinner, there's quiet time there that I enjoy. So pretty much similar to Barbie.
Yes. Ayan, ito naman, very related sa line of work. What's a skincare product that you cannot live without? Miss Barbie, you first.
Okay, of course, Cetaphil. Personally, talagang I use the product. Hindi ko alam kung dahil nasanay lang ba ako that when I use other products, medyo hindi nasanay yung skin. Yeah, but I love using the bar, yung Cetaphil bar. We also have the antibacterial bar. And then for the face, now I like using the Cetaphil Bright Healthy Radiance, yung facial wash and also the toner afterwards. So I try just keep my skincare very simple. Actually wala masyado ring nilalagay. So just the regular cleansing and moisturization for me.
And halata naman, Miss Barbie, you look so radiant. Parang ang smooth. How about you, Miss Jade?
Yan, si Barbie, sobra ageless. Parang when I joined Galderma, Barbie is already...
masyadong detailed ha.
Ageless talaga si Barbie. But me, I'd like to say simple, but simple. But I have toner, serum, essence, ganyan. But yung what I really can't live without is yung something that will remove yung parang if you're really in a hurry, wala ka ng chance to put drama in your routine before sleeping, for instance. Gentle Skin Cleanser is actually very useful because it's either I have wipes with me, the gentle cleansing cloth, or I have Gentle Skin Cleanser. So kasi with or without water, it's very useful, no? So even if it's just, I have one in the bathroom, I have one beside me sa bed, so that I can really wipe off, and then if something is sticky, you can easily like wash off everything, or masyadong sticking lotion na nalagay mo, you can actually try to lessen the amount. So it's really making sure, with or without moisturizer, I make sure that my skin is clean, no, before yung long hours of sleep.
Yes. Ito naman, how do you celebrate after pulling off a big event like this Skin Awareness Month? How do you celebrate? I mean, it can be as simple as taking yourself to the movies, diba? Ganon. Miss Barbie, you first.
Actually, we haven't really thought about it. So maybe we can plan something next week after all the happenings that we have. So I think sleep.
Oh, yes.
It's going
Bawi.
to be a priority, no? Especially this weekend, yun. Bawi talaga. And in terms of celebration, of course, we're going to celebrate with the entire team, with the whole team.
Wow, you must be excited. Yeah, how about you, Miss Jade?
Yeah, basically that. And then I think what Barbie mentioned is paano ba hindi pa namin na plan kasi parang normally there's rarely like downtime. It's something that I would say it's a way of life for us. I mean for marketers that's quite common. There comes another big event, but it keeps us very excited and on the high all the time. But you're right. There must be a celebration there. So we love to eat. We love to get together, and even yung parang mga light drinks, cocktails, if it allows, like face to face. Or sometimes we sort of send people, our team, with like food and drink, and then we connect online. We used to do that lalo na nung first year. Pero nung naging second year na, or we try to come up with a certain schedule where we can really like meet together. So that happened finally last month. So that get together, reaching out to them, is a way to celebrate all the wins. So there are quite a number of wins actually sa team, lalo na those reaching their targets, exceeding their targets, or receiving awards, Barbie getting a promotion, for example. So maraming wins actually that we sort of napagsasama-sama na nga because of limited occasion to really meet up.
Sounds like such a close-knitted team, no? Parang close kayong lahat.
Yeah,
It's so
mga ano
fun.
sila, born to win ang mga yan. Like, parang born to make history. But they're really
Yes.
very good. Stellar team.
Good. Okay, so last question. Describe Cetaphil in 3 words, Miss Barbie.
3 words. Sige, baka magkamali tayo dyan. um, well, it's ideal skincare.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sige.
For me, yun yung 3 words, diba? Tama, 3 words na yan. For me, it truly works.
It truly
Siguro,
works.
yung may isip ko. It truly works. And
I
that has
see.
made it double-digit growth for the past, I would say, 75 years na it's existing worldwide. And in the Philippines, 25 years, no fail, double-digit growth year on year. So it's truly expanding.
I see. There we go. Thank you so much for joining us today. I learned so much from the two of you. And seeing like both of you looking so radiant and glowing, talagang parang ako switch na.
Well said, you definitely.
Yeah, so before we let you go, maybe you'd like to invite our viewers right now to try the products. Syempre, invite them to the event, and maybe we could look forward to some new things from Cetaphil in the future. There you go. Sige po.
Yeah, we invite everyone. Thank you, Venice, for this opportunity. So we've shared a lot during this segment, but as we speak is a very good opportunity for you to log in. Go the easiest way, either you go to the Cetaphil website or Cetaphil Facebook, and then there's quite a lot of articles also under Mega. So it's all out and it's so easy to register. So don't miss the opportunity. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow is an opportunity to engage with the real experts, get to know closely your own skin condition, skin story, and find the right solution for you. So, healthy skin is something that we truly advocate, and we know that Filipinos, what we have witnessed is that we're willing to really pay a premium because we know that we deserve some quality skincare. So, and that's a behavior that we're quite pleased to witness, that we don't settle for just simply anything. We are quite, what we try to give ourselves is like quality that we deserve, not just actually in the items that we use, but even more so in the type of skincare that we actually try to um, get to be introduced with. So I encourage everyone to get to try Cetaphil, get to know about which Cetaphil would work for you for your specific condition, and we don't go for just what is trendy. Don't go for what is actually highly advertised. Go for looking at the quality ingredients and go for what is recommended by your dermatologist.
Very
So
good.
here's to healthy skin, and hope you'll be able to log in the coming 3 days, or you have a chance still until tomorrow.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. How about you, Miss Barbie? Anything to add?
Yes. So to know more about your skin, to know more about our products, I am inviting everyone to join our Skin Summit. Actually, it's happening right now. You can still catch up on today's day 2 sessions. And then tomorrow, it's going to be for moms, for parents. So I encourage moms and dads, especially first-time moms, for our last day of the Skin Summit. This time focused on baby skin stories. It's going to be fun and enriching, to hear and relate to our fellow moms and dads together with the experts. We'll be having Bea Fabregas to host the show. And then we will also have the Bozicos. Solen and Nico. We'll have Nika and Patrick Garcia and the kids. And we'll have Nikki Hill and also Marielle Padilla. So very exciting.
Grabe, star-studded. Ayan, thank you so much, Miss Barbie and Miss Jade, once again for joining us. We learned a lot.
Thank you.
May you continue to grow, keep winning and, going above those targets that you've mentioned. So thank you so much for gracing us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Bye.
also, thank you to our Katribus for tuning in. You can always watch Spotlight live every Thursday at 2 p.m. on Daily Tribune's Facebook page and also on Tribune Now on YouTube. Once again, I am Venice Bautista, and this has been Spotlight.
Sa likod ng aming mga pagsisikap, hangad namin ang maiangat ang bawat Pilipino.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkulusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
hapon po mga katribu and welcome to Kalingang Katribu. Walang tigil po ang aming pagka-update sa COVID-19. Yung monkeypox ba ay delikado para sa ating lahat? At ano ang bagong variants ng Omicron? Ito po ang ating special guest, si Dr. Ted Herbosa. Siya po ay Special Advisor ng National Task Force versus COVID-19, Professor and Chairman of Emergency Medicine ng PGH, UP PGH. Hi, Dr. Ted.
Hi, good afternoon, Ma'am Cory, at lahat ng mga nagsusubaybay sa iyong programa sa Daily Tribune.
Bakit walang tigil ang mga variants ng COVID-19?
Yan ang characteristic ng SARS-CoV virus 2. Ito isang RNA vaccine and they continue to mutate. Habang nagkakaroon ng transmission, talagang nag-mutate siya or nag-evolve siya into later cases. So itong latest variant natin, yung Omicron, ito yung tumama sa atin, Ma'am Cory, nung December, January, at bahay-bahay yung mga nagkahawahan, no? Although hindi na puno yung ating mga hospitals. So right now, ang inanunsyo ng Department of Health ay yung bagong sub-variant, no? Yung BA.4. Yung tumama nung January, Ma'am Cory, is the BA.2. Tapos nung April, meron tayong nanggaling Finland, yung BA.2.12, pero hindi naman ito kumalat. Yung BA.4, ito yung pinakabagong anunsyo ng Department of Health. Inanunsyo nito last week at concerned kami kasi ito yung nanggaling sa isang Pilipino na hindi vaccinated. Nanggaling siya ng Middle East, dumating nung May 4. At nung tinest siya nung May 8, ay naging positive. So naka-quarantine naman siya dahil hindi siya vaccinated. Nag-undergo siya nung 14-day quarantine at nung nag-positive siya, nadagdagan pa yung kanyang quarantine. So ang hinahanap natin ngayon kung ito ay nakapaghawa pa ba ng ibang Pilipino. Mukhang hindi naman, ano, sapagkat wala tayong pagtaas.
So isang kaso lamang yon.
Isang imported case ng Pilipino na galing Middle East.
Okay, so Doc, yung pagkagawa o evolution, no? Evolution to ng virus, no? Totoo ba na ang layunin ng virus ay hindi mamatay, na palagi siyang buhay na buhay, kaya in order to adapt, kailangan magkaroon ng mga iba't ibang variants. Totoo ba yun?
Totoo yun. Yung virus cannot live alone, ano? Parang almost inanimate siya. Kailangan niya ng living thing, yung human host. So para tuloy-tuloy ang pag-perpetuate niya at may mga anak siya, kailangan laging may host na nai-infect. Kaya nagmutate, nagkaka-mutation siya. Pero ang maganda sa mutation, although nagiging mas nakakahawa, nagiging less deadly. So kagaya nung last year, meron tayong Delta. Doon sa Delta, maraming namatay. Maraming hindi ma-confine sa hospital kasi kailangan ng oxygen at ventilator. Hindi na nangyari yan nitong January sa Omicron. Karamihan, nagstay lang sa bahay at gumaling after 4 or 5 days. So parang ubusipon na lang or trangkaso siya. So it's becoming milder, pero ang BA.4 parang 10 to 15% more contagious than yung Omicron na 2. So kaya medyo alarm tayo na makapasok dito sa atin yan.
So Doc, itong virus na BA.4, ito ba ay kasing mild ng BA.2.2? Kasi
Yes.
I remember nagkahawaan
ito ay as mild.
Doc, sa isang party last December, isang dinner
Correct.
party nasa garden pa kami, ha. Hindi ko alam pala, mga 10 tao yata o 12 ang nagkahawaan nung gabing yon. Hindi namin alam pala na lahat kami bumagsak kami the next day, ha, within 24 hours yun.
24 hours.
Pero very mild symptoms of flu lang yun.
That's correct. No? Omicron pa rin to. And you are correct. Pag nagkahawahan tayo with the BA.4, ganun pa rin, mabilis lang. Ang takot namin as doctors is that may tatama ang lolo, lola, or someone with a comorbid condition, may ibang sakit like diabetes or cancer, at siya ang pwedeng ma-ICU. So dahil very contagious siya or very transmissible, medyo alarmed din ang Department of Health. So nag-iingat tayo at yan yung kumalat sa Europe at North America, yung BA.4 at yung BA.5.
Okay. So, are you saying na yung mga seniors at elderly ay mas vulnerable
Oo.
sa epekto ng Omicron kahit siya ay mild? So,
Correct.
itong mga elderly at senior, kung wala silang comorbidities tulad ng diabetes o heart disease, ano kayang magiging reaksyon nila sa Omicron?
So, depende talaga, Ma'am Cory, kung ano yung kanilang immune status, no? Some people are 80 years old, 90 years old, but they're healthy and their immune system is functioning like a 30-year-old, parang 30-year-old. So, makikita natin yan, no? Meron tayong mga senior citizens na malalakas pa, tumatakbo pa ng marathon. So, these people probably have immune systems that are strong. Pero meron din tayong mga 60, 70 years old na yung immune system nila mahina. They cannot mount a defense. Hindi nila madepensahan yung katawan nila. And these are the ones na nagiging complicated, severe, napupunta sila sa ICU at pwede pa sila magkaroon ng long COVID, no? Yung tinatawag na long COVID or long haul COVID na tinatawag.
Yung long haul na yon, nakakapagtaka kasi meron akong kaibigan na nagkasakit siya December during the height of the Omicron. So sabi ko sa kanya, pero meron siyang comorbidity.
Oo.
She's diabetic and she has hypertension. Pero controlled naman. She got okay na siya after 1 week. Pero bumalik.
Yes.
Ang simptoma niya, pagkatapos uminom ng antibiotic, pinainom ng antibiotic ng doktor niya, at after 1 month, Doc, nag-test pa siya ng positive.
Correct, oo. So there are cases like that, no? Dalawa ang pwedeng mangyari dyan, Ma'am Cory. After a bout of COVID-19, ang immune system mo is depressed. So pwede kang magkaroon ng secondary bacterial infection. So ibang microbe naman papasok sa katawan mo, and because kakalaban lang ng body mo against a virus, hindi siya makamount ng same defense against the next or the second virus. And then yun yung magkakaroon ng post-viral infection, pneumonia or bacterial infection. Yung isa naman, yung pag-positive even na weeks later na magaling ka na, nakikita talaga namin yan because the PCR test is very accurate, no? Dahil accurate siya, nakukuha niya kahit yung mga fragments lang. Or ibig sabihin nun, patay na yung virus, hindi na siya nakakahawa, pero nagpo-false positive pa rin siya. So akala nung test, meron pa siyang virus, pero in fact, fragments na lang of the remnants nung namatay na virus sa katawan niya. So hindi pa na-eliminate. So yan ang reason kung bakit nagte-test tayo, even after some time, nagkakaroon ng test na positive.
Pero akong mga kaibigan, kasi siguro 12 of us, no, were down, mild symptoms. Ang tanong ko sa kanila, nagpa-test ba kayo? Hindi na, sabi nila, hindi na kailangan alam namin Omicron yun. Kasi all of us were down at the same time. Totoo ba yun? Is that the right way of thinking?
Pwede rin yun. You can also just isolate. No? The important thing is, hindi ka na maging focus of additional transmission. So if you have symptoms, you were exposed to somebody who was positive. Actually, ginagawa nila to sa Amerika. Pag yung father nag-positive, yung mother nag-positive, tapos yung anak nagkaroon ng lagnat, symptoms, hindi na nila tinetest yung bata kasi tutusukin pa yung ilong nun eh. I-assume na namin Omicron din yon. Tapos the same treatment na, isolate na rin, give the same medication and vitamins para ma-protect. So pwede naman yon, no? Yung testing is more for confirmatory. Pero pwedeng presumptive, parang yung ating presumptive president-elect. Presumptive diagnosis pwede. Versus confirmatory. So siyempre, pag kinonfirm na ng yung presidente, proclaimed na siya. Ganun din sa testing. Meron tayong confirmatory test at yan yung PCR test. Hindi lagi kailangan. Pwede namang mag-isolate ka na with symptoms lang.
Yan ang unang ginawa ko, Doc. Nag-isolate ako, tapos tumawag ako sa aking doktor. Sabi ng doktor, wag ka nang pumunta sa clinic ko. Sabi niya, maniniguro na lang ako. I'll make you take antibiotics.
Correct.
powerful antibiotic and increase your vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, melatonin, get some sunshine, isolate yourself pero get some sunshine if you can. Ayun lang ang sinabi niya, get enough bed rest and hydrate. Uminom ng sapat na tubig.
Correct, because itong mga sakit naman ito, if you are healthy, are self-limiting. Ano ibig sabihin ng self-limiting? You recover. Parang common colds or influenza, flu, trangkaso, after a few days you recover. So tama yung ginawa ng doctor mo. Just observe. Baka nga pag nagpunta ka sa clinic niya, mas mahawa ka pa dun sa ibang patients na. Kasi sa hospital.
Huwag ka nang pumasok dito.
Correct. Oh. So isolate, protect the public health. In fact, Ma'am Ori, if you notice, you've been to Japan, makikita mo yung matatanda na sumasakay ng tren na naka-face mask. Yun kasi yung public health measure nila kasi they don't drive cars, so they have to ride the public transport. Pero talagang pinagmamask nila to protect the others. Hindi sarili niya ang pinoprotect niya. Baka meron siyang bug, pinoprotect niya para hindi na siya makahawa doon sa train. And etiquette yun sa Japan. Hindi kayo magsasalita pag nasa loob ng tren. Ganun lang ako.
Kasi Doc, ang daming nagte-text sa akin ngayon, ang daming mga katanungan, kaya tingin ako sa cellphone. Sabi ko sa kanila, mag-text kayo dyan sa Daily Tribune. Alam po ninyo, here in Kalingang Katribu, we are committed to giving the proper and right information. Siyempre, nang sa ganun, magbibigay po tayo ng mga safeguards sa ating minamahal na mga katribu. Okay, Doc, is it important kung, let's say, nahawa ka ng Omicron o ng COVID-19, is it important to have a test to know if you have antibodies?
Kung ito tinatawag na neutralizing antibodies.
Yes.
Actually, hindi namin recommended. No? Number one, medyo expensive yung test. It's called the ELISA, enzyme-linked immunoassay test for the antibody. But the antibody na matitest natin dyan ay isang antibody lang. Yung spike protein or S protein antibody. Madaming antibodies na nadidevelop ang body mo after an infection. Meron dun sa core, I think there are about 4 yan. And then, hindi lang yon, if you've had an infection, not only does your body have an antibody, magkakaroon ka rin ng memory cells. The memory cells, remember na ito kalaban tong microbe na to. So the next time another microbe similar enters your body, these memory cells or T cells will tell the body, produce na kayo ng mga white blood cells and phagocytes para labanan yung infection sa nose and mouth. So, you will mount 2 types of infection, yung antibody or yung antibody-mediated at yung cell-mediated response. So, dalawa yan. Once you've had an infection, naaalala na, may memory, your body will recover. Kaya tayo, hindi na tayo nagkaka-measles uli, hindi na tayo nagkaka-chickenpox uli if we had it in childhood. So, na-remember na ng body natin to fight whenever that virus enters our body. So, ipapuproduce niya na yung memory cells ang tawag doon. Cell-mediated immunity yung technical term. So, lifelong na yung immunity mo. Hindi lang sa pag-wane. So, you can have your antibody levels low. Pag nagpa-test ka, baka mag-worry ka pa. Hindi naman. May antibody, may immunity ka pa rin kasi may immunity that your body remembers. So, useless na. Sayang lang yung pera mo para magpa-test kung may antibodies ka or not.
Mahal yun, Doc, yung test na yun.
Oo, kasi it's a private laboratory. Usually, you pay anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000.
Uy, ang mahal pala nun. Sayang.
Just for knowledge lang. Wala ka namang malalam, di ba?
So, Doc, sabi nila, mas mabuti pa na mahawa ka ng Omicron, sa Omicron, kasi para siyang meron ka ng natural immunity. Yes or no?
Yes. Well, let me qualify the yes. Yes, natural immunity is better. But no doctor in his right mind will recommend a person to risk your life by getting the infection naturally because there is a vaccine. Yung vaccine is your passive immunity. So natural immunity is active, no? But we don't know kung magkaka-complication ka. We don't know if you will be the one that will have long COVID. So parang risky, parang dangerous yun, di ba? It's not. When in fact, there is a safer route. The safer route is get the vaccine. So the vaccine is passive immunity. walang mangyayari sa'yo, you suffer a mild illness siguro, maglagnat ka lang, and then you develop antibodies. So to me, yung vaccination, very important talaga. I would still recommend immunization. Sabi nga nila, there are two things in medicine that is most historically important. One is the development of potable drinking water. So nawala yung mga diarrheal diseases, di namatay mga. The second is the invention of vaccines. Nung na-invento ang vaccine and immunization, millions of lives of kids were saved and millions of lives of senior citizens who get vaccines are saved. Kesa yung sapalaran. It's like a Russian roulette, di ba? Hindi natin alam kung sino yung patient na magkaka-natural immunity with complications. So, kung may paraan not to get that, okay, I'll just give the vaccine. Pero totoo yun, Ma'am Cory, what you said earlier, natural immunity is so much better and stronger than passive immunity.
Okay.
May risk lang.
So kahit na-recover ka na sa COVID-19, kailangan maging vigilant pa rin, ano, Doc?
Yes, because of the mutations. Yan ang ano. So you've heard of friends siguro who've gotten COVID 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. May kilala pa akong ganun. I think that's the reason why you still have to wear and recommend mask wearing and care, especially for other people. Kasi like itong bagong variant, sabi nila the new variant has what they call vaccine escape. So may vaccinated ka na, but there's still a chance that it can infect you. Kasi nga, because meron siyang mutation na hindi siya na-recognize ni antibody. May mutation sa spike protein.
Kailangan i-upgrade din ang vaccine.
Correct. Kailangan i-upgrade din yung vaccine. So parang the vaccine is designed to identify, si Miss Cory Aquilino yan. Dahil iba, naka-shades or something, hindi niya makikilala, hindi niya mapapansin. So you get infected. So yun yung tinatawag na vaccine escape. Nagka-mutation or change doon sa spike protein. So it's able to escape the protection given by the vaccine. And that's why kumakalat siya sa Europe and America. 90% ang vaccination rates nila doon. Pero nagkakaroon pa rin sila ng surges. So that's why we are a bit scared about those cases here.
I see. Doc, can we go over ulit? Siyempre, it bears repeating. Can we go over the basic safety protocols para sa kaalaman ng ating mga katribo? Uulitin po natin.
Okay, let's repeat the minimum standard protocol, minimum public health protocols for respiratory illness. Number 1, make sure you're always wearing your mask when you go out. So yung pagsuot ng face mask, hindi pa natin inaalis. It's still a mandate, especially if you are going to crowded or enclosed spaces. When you ride the elevator, talagang dapat naka-mask tayo. Magandang quality mask. Pag nagpunta ka sa mga mall na maraming tao or the marketplace na maraming tao, anytime there are crowds of people, very important to be wearing your mask. And then if you have to eat in public.
Doc, question, I'm sorry to interrupt kasi we're on wearing a face mask. What about double face mask? Is that effective kung doble ang face mask?
The double face mask we recommend when there was a peak, kagaya nung Omicron surge natin in January, nag-recommend kami ng double face mask kasi almost everyone is getting infected.
Yes.
So the better protection is doubling the face mask para mas maganda. Right now, mababa yung cases natin, less than 1% lang. I don't think there's need to wear a double face mask, no?
Okay, good.
Pangalawa, making sure na naguhugas tayo ng kamay lagi. That's the use of the alcohol rub or the alcohol spray.
Okay,
normally we get infected because we ride the elevator. If you press natin yung button. Kung yung previous sumakay sa'yo, hinawakan yung ilong niya, nangulangot, tapos pinindot ka, syempre, napindot mo rin yun, tapos hawakan mo yung nose or eyes mo, you can also get infected.
Right.
So, not only
kahit nasa ATM machine, Doc, ATM machine.
ATM machines, oo, tama. ATM machines, elevators, even utensils in a restaurant, di ba? Yung on the table. So very important. Riding the plane, yung mga pag-touch dun sa tray, they discovered in a biological study na pinakamaraming mikrobyo yung table, yung kinakainan mo sa
Ay, oo.
sa plate. So i-sprayan mo yun pag sakay mo sa plane. So Yun, yung riding a plane, you always wear a mask because it's an enclosed space.
Correct.
So, kung wala ka namang alcohol, the key is always wash your hands. So every time you enter the
talaga, sabon.
soap and water will kill the virus. This virus is lipid based. And when it's lipid based, ordinary soap will destroy the virus. Matutunaw siya dun sa lipid. Di ba parang oil? Magaan siya kasi oil-based siya. So good cleanser and wash your hands after you touch anything that's dubious, di ba? So wash your hands all the time. Kung wala kang wash hands,
Gaano kahaba ang washing the hands? Sabi nila, kasing haba.
happy birthday.
Oh yeah, happy birthday daw.
Sing happy birthday. Yung happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Pagka natapos mo yung kanta ng happy birthday song, you will go through all the course. So there's a correct way to wash your hands. Most women, ngayon, most women laging may alcohol rub yan sa handbag nila. Ano yan, there. Or you carry those wet sanitizers, yung pang children. Those are also alcohol-based na pwede. So yan ang mga tips natin sa mga nakikinig. You carry the alcohol gel. Pag wala kang soap and water, instant yan. May makakapag-decontaminate ka. Yung sanitizers na wet sanitizers na madami namang available niyan. So you always have that in your bag. And then of course, ordinary soap and water. Number 3 is distancing. So when you're talking, let's say in a party, sabi mo you were in a party, sometimes it's very important na hindi kayo masyadong close. Kasi nga, pag nagsalita, that's how, you're laughing, you're telling a joke, you're speaking aloud, so, and you're eating. So, tinanggal niyo yung mask niyo. So, ano ang protection mo? Have a distance. So, like, Ma'am Cory, you hold parties siguro, you host parties at home. So, make sure that the seating is not too near to each other, di ba? Hindi naman siya romantic dinner. Get together lang. Make sure na tama-tama lang yung mga ano. And then, ang advice ko nga in party...
How many feet away?
Well, 1 meter away is still the recommended. 1 meter, 3 feet per chair. And then, pag-alternate mo para hindi sila nakaharap. If let's say it's a big table, diba, yung hindi sa directly on the other person, para you're speaking medyo patagilid.
Ganon. Pero alam nyo, Doc, napansin ko sa mga restaurants kasi bukas na yung mga restaurant establishment. Yung mga taong kumakain, nag-share pa ng pinggan, nag-share ng dish. Dukot sila ng dukot.
As long as there's a serving spoon and they don't contaminate with their saliva.
Pag-chopsticks, ginaganon lang. Paano yan?
So I hope it's a separate chopsticks for serving. Para mga high-end Chinese restaurant, meron silang dalawa. Diba? You have 2 Chinese, they have one chopstick pair is for taking the food and one is for putting in your mouth. So yun, magandang mga measure. But you only see that in the high-end Chinese restaurants, diba?
Right.
So yeah, very important yan. And then when you're not eating, put your mask on again. Kahit makipagkwentuhan kayo. That's the best way to protect yourself.
Itutuloy natin itong safeguards para sa ating mga katribo sa ating pagbabalik. Huwag po kayong aalis.
Magandang araw mga katribo! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chirk Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, pagsama-sama po tayo sa...
Gising Na!
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at mag-good vibes tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Be updated sa news and happenings sa Tribune News on Cue. Mas kilalanin pa natin ang mga paborito nyong atleta sa programang The Athletes Tribune. Alamin ang latest entertainment sa programang What's Up. Ma-inspire sa...
Welcome back mga katribo. Ang guest po natin si Dr. Ted Arbosa at pinag-uusapan po natin ang mga iba't ibang variants ng COVID-19 or SARS-CoV virus. Ito po ang aming safety protocols. We will sum it up. Number 1, wear a face mask. Number 2, wash your hands regularly. Kailangan, ayan, hugasan ng kamay. Dapat manatiling malinis ang kamay po natin. Dapat meron din po tayong alcohol, social distancing. At Doc, number 4?
Number 4 is vaccination. Mag-get vaccinated. At kung mag-hold tayo ng get together, mas maganda if everyone is fully vaccinated and fully boosted. So that gives us, nakita namin na mga less ang chance manghawahan kung lahat kayo ay actually vaccinated. At kung kayo naman ay magkahawahan in case magkaroon ng infection, mild lang ang inyong magiging symptoms. So this helps us healthily get together and socialize sapagkat lahat ng mga friends na invite nyo ay fully vaccinated. I've attended parties nga Chine-check yung vaccine card. Papakita mo muna sa door. I've attended parties like that, which is a good measure, no? Hindi naman siya discriminatory. It means I'm protecting you because I got my vaccine. I'm protecting you who is my friend or my relative.
Okay. Doc, number 5.
Number 5, pag nagka-symptoms, mag-isolate ka agad. So if you get exposed, nag-attend ka ng party, the day after, you start to have sore throat, headache, cough, colds, mag-isolate ka na and seek a telemedicine consult. Usually, hindi na kailangan pumunta sa doctor. Go to a telemedicine consultation portal and then or call your friendly doctor, family doctor, and ask advice na lang kung anong iinumin, kung pwede na ngayon mag-offer ng electronic prescription ng doctors. Mine-messenger ko lang ang mga prescription ko sa patients ko and they can show it na to the pharmacy and bibigyan naman sila ng mga prescription drugs. So ina-accept na ang e-prescription and then nagde-decide na rin si doctor kung kailangan mo magpa-test or hindi. Kung testing ang kailangan, there are home tests na available. You can dial up hospitals that yung magsaswab sa inyo pupunta na sa bahay. So this is safer than going to a laboratory na ma-expose ka pa sa ibang tao kasi lahat ng nandoon sa lab suspected of COVID yun. Di ba? Kung negative ka pala, ubusipod ka lang, doon ka mahahawa. So it's even better na home swab na lang kung possible.
Okay, Doc, mapunta naman tayo sa monkeypox.
Yes. Last week, the World Health Organization gave an announcement, nag-press con sila, and telling us that in the world, merong outbreak of monkeypox in about 20 countries. I think about 20 countries na. When they announced it, nasa 12 countries lang. Pero as of yesterday, nakita ko, nag-increase na to 20 countries. But don't worry, those countries are in Europe and North America and Australia. Dito sa Asia, wala pang country with a reported case of monkeypox. Yung monkeypox is an old illness. Related siya sa smallpox. But smallpox has been eradicated in the world. Wala na tayong nakikitang smallpox since 1980. I think 1977 was the last case. So in 1980, after 3 years, we declared the world free of smallpox. But we still have some vaccines that are produced for cases, no? So yung monkeypox in Central and West Africa, nanggagaling siya sa exposure sa animals, rodents and squirrels and even some species of monkey. Ngayon, ang hawahan for many years since 1958, dun lang sa Africa, sa Central and West Africa. The World Health Organization was alarmed last week because there were about 12 countries reporting 1 to 2 cases of monkeypox. So ito yung parang bulutong tubig for our viewers, yung mga katribo dyan, sila yung parang may pantal-pantal na may tubig after a bout of headache, illness, and fever. Maglalabas yung bulutong tubig. Yun yung characteristic niya. Ang isa pang nakita ng ating World Health Organization, ayan, may pictures tayong pinapakita ng cases of the monkeypox or similar illness. Ang isa pang na-discover nila is na infect ka nito through close contact and droplet infection. So unlike COVID is airborne. Yung droplet, ibig sabihin nun, kailangan hawakan mo yung vesicle na may tubig or ma-expose ka sa saliva,
Oo.
or sa sneeze or cough ng isang taong may monkeypox. And what they found, Ma'am Cory, ito interesting. They found that many of the cases na nag-positive dito sa America and Europe were men having sex with men. So we know it spread by close contact, but unusually, it somehow spread with men having sex with men. So hindi siya sexually transmitted. Kahit naman common colds, if you have an interaction with someone, pwede talaga kayo maghahawahan. So we can't say it's really sexually transmitted, but close contacts, and it seems to have spread among this population na ganun yung behavior. But that doesn't mean protected ng women kasi may men having sex with men and then they also have sex with women. So nag-warning din ng World Health Organization about this. Basta yung exchange ng body fluids, pwede kang ma-infect for a person. Now, the interesting thing about this monkeypox is that mahaba, ma'am, yung incubation period niya. It's 21 days.
Oh.
So that's the scary part. Because you can have no symptoms. Exactly. You can have 3 weeks of no symptoms and then suddenly the symptoms will appear. So that means marami ka nang nahawa in the time that you were incubating the illness. So that's the scary part. And that's why nagbigay ng alarm ang World Health Organization. They said there is a monkeypox outbreak in several countries, but the Philippines still has no monkeypox. The nearest country that has monkeypox to us is Australia, which has 1 case. So they have 1 confirmed case and several suspected. But Australia is 8-9 hours flight away. So hindi pa rin tayo takot. Most of this is for information and awareness of people. Well, you have to check now. If you are traveling, you have to check, ma'am. Di ba sabi niyo, pupunta kayong Europe. You have to check the list of countries that are you're traveling to. Kung kasama siya dun sa list. And tingnan kung ilan yung cases doon. Most of the countries, isa-dalawa pa lang. I think it's only the UK that has 20 and Canada that has 10. The US has 1. So the rest are 1, 1, 1, 1. Nakita ko.
Doc, para sa kalaman ng ating mga katribo, para sa mga gustong magpakonsulta sa inyo, do you accept the consultation?
Yes, they can seek me out here at the Philippine General Hospital. Dito pa rin ako sa emergency department. I have an office here. They can come and contact me here. At kung wala naman ako, some of my other doctors are here also to take care of them.
Ayun. Thank you so much, Dr. Ted Herbosa. Always ready to help us, mga katribo. God bless you, Doc. See you very soon.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Cory. Thank you very much, everyone.
Ayan, mga katribo, ang ating very informative portion and episode with Dr. Ted Herbosa. Until next week again. Next week naman po, healthy cooking. Kailangan healthy po tayo lahat. Ito po si Cory Quirino para sa Kalingang Katribo.
Every time I'm on the road, I can expect high performance from Phoenix Fuels. Now with Pulse technology, delivers enhanced power and acceleration to make every trip come alive.
Makinig at makisali sa usapan every Friday night at 6 p.m. sa iSpeak Katribo Podcast. Samahan sina Daniel at Alvin na pag-usapan ang mga relevant topic na tiyak kakarelatean nyo mga katribo. At pagdating ng Sunday at 7 p.m., Speak Your Mind with our iSpeak program na sasagot sa mga tanong regarding the latest and relevant issues sa paligid natin. I-like at i-follow nyo ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube para mga katribo, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribo. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng yan mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Venice Bautista, and welcome to another episode of Kalingang Katribo Usapang Business. So today we will be joined by someone whose business is located in 40 locations all over Rizal, NCR, Cavite, Laguna, and also the North Luzon. So if you love bangus, this episode is for you because our guest for today offers a variety of bangus recipes that will surely make your mouth water. So please welcome the founder and CEO of Mr. Dagopeño, Mr. Eric Montoya. Hello po!
Magandang araw po sa inyo at sa lahat po ng nanonood. Maraming salamat po for having me in your show po.
Yes, ayan. So as you can see, meron tayong bangus dito sa screen. Ang
Ay.
sarap na agad tignan, no? Grabe. How are you, sir? Nasaan po kayo ngayon? Bahay po? Restaurant?
Opo, nandito ako sa office ko dito sa bahay ngayon, ma'am. Ang headquarters namin sa Antipolo. Doon kami nag-operate ng commissary namin. So from Dagupan to Antipolo, and from Antipolo, we distribute the bangus to the different locations.
I see. Okay po. So, ayun. So, when was Mr. Dagopeño established and what made you go into this kind of business?
We started in 2016 po. So, actually, our first store was put up by my nieces. So, very crucial po ang role ng aking asawa, wife po, si Cathy. Both of us were part of the corporate labor force before. Then we ventured into business because it's been our dream. So we started here kasi we resided here in Antipolo after our wedding in 2015, and then in 2016 we set it up, yung first store. Yun ang gusto ng misis ko kasi gusto niya. Umalis na yung misis ko from work. And it so happened she stumbled upon a business plan that I wrote a very long time ago about this bangus concept. So and then she decided to set it up, and one thing led to another. From one store, after 6 months, another, and then another, and then that's when I decided to get out of the the corporate my corporate work, and then focus on this and help her expand yung business po.
Grabe, napakalaki nga ng role ni Mrs.
Ay,
sa
opo,
business
talaga.
na ito. Basically, walang Mr. Dagopeño kung wala si Mrs.
Ay, talaga po, opo. Kaya,
Ayun, so yun nabanggit nyo nga po, nasa corporate kayo before, and I believe 20 years of experience in
Yes, ma'am.
corporate management. So, both here in the Philippines and also internationally. So, bakit itong food? Bakit before, sabi nyo nga, naisip nyo na yung concept ng bangus, no? So, bakit po yung bangus yung napili nyo? Do you cook? Or yung misis nyo po ba nag-cook? Or does somebody in the family cook sa talagang na-inspire kayo na gawin tong business?
well, mahilig talaga ako sa bangus. No? Started from I was very young. No? Yung lola ko is True Blue, Dagupeña. I mean, dun siya talaga lumaki and ano. And so, yan. And then at the same time, aside from may hilig ko sa bangus, nakita ko kasi na may opportunity. So, yun yung second na motivation namin na I've realized na in this space, medyo onti pa yung players. So, yun, out of what do you call that, market study, no, na, ito pala ang medyo hindi pa na-explore ng marami. Itong bangus takeout. And then also, the fact that we're from Dagupan, so abundant yung bangus sa Pangasinan, and we're very proud of this top product of Pangasinan na Dagupan bangus, no. I've seen some bangus brands also in Manila before, no, when we haven't started yet, and I think yung mga bangus nila are Iloilo and other sources. So yung sabi ko, bakit gamitin natin yung product natin na yung Dagupan bangus, kasi marami po talaga ang may gusto sa lasa ng Dagupan bangus.
Yes, totoo po. So, talagang from mismong Dagupan talaga yung mga yung products nyo. Deliver talaga. Wow.
Yes, ma'am. We get our supply from fellow micro businesses in Dagupan. So, ang unique po kasi sa Dagupan, maraming mga micro businesses that are involved in bangus production. They have their own bangus facilities, ganyan. So, sa kanila po namin, kumbaga, kinukuha. No? It's our priority to focus on getting our supply from MSMEs.
Wow. So, talaga nakakatulong din yung business nyo with other businesses. Yeah. So 20 years is a long time of being in the corporate scene. So how did your experience, yung 20 years na yun, how did this influence your being the founder and the CEO of your own business now?
Well, yun ma'am, nakatulong sa akin yung experience ko here and abroad in terms of running because I've been parang engaged in running a branch for a Filipino company in Hong Kong. And so dun lang na-expose sa mga importance ng being able to allocate yung tamang resources, and then yung handling of people, because sabi nila yung negosyo is more of managing people din kasi yung bangus mo naman hindi naman niya bibenta yung sarili niya. You have to have a good management skill para ma-motivate mo yung mga store crew. So yun po nakatulong sa aming dalawa actually ni Mrs.
Mas nabanggit nyo nga po kanina, although konti pa lang po yung competition nyo when it comes to the bangus takeout, no?
Yes,
pero what do you think sets Mr. Dagopeño apart from all of its competitors?
Well, first of all, yung namin, yung Dagupan bangus natin is really yun yung pinaka-strength ng business namin, because yung popularity niya before you get into a market, actually parang the popularity of the product already precedes yung store, no? So when you open the store, hindi na strange sa kanila yung Dagupan bangus. So naturally na-attract na sila doon. Pangalawa, yung po namin, yung effort na nilalagay namin dun sa innovation namin sa mga products namin, because yung sa amin po, hindi lang po siya inihaw na the usual inihaw na bangus na traditional Filipino, but we have a chef consultant na yes ma'am, ginawa namin ng iba-ibang twist po yung inihaw. So, right now, customers can buy inihaw na boneless bangus na yung classic kamatis sibuyas. But we also have inihaw na boneless bangus bistek, kung tawagin namin. And then, inihaw na boneless bangus ala pobre. Meron kaming bangus gata. At saka, yung pinaka-latest namin, yung bangus inasal.
Wow, naku, nagugutom na ako agad sa pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. Eric.
Padala kami sa inyo, ma'am.
Maraming salamat.
Tuwik na to, ma'am.
O, sige po, asahan namin yan. Pero, ayun po, yun nga, sabi nyo, nakakatulong yung corporate skills nyo when it comes to the relationships between you and the management, and the crew, the staff. So, and kitang-kita naman natin yun sa 40 na branches nyo, diba? Hindi kayo mag-grow ng ganun if hindi maganda yung relationships nyo with the staff. So, how did you manage to achieve this? Kasi 6 years, diba? 6 years na kayo ngayon. And establishing 40 branches is no easy feat. Kahit pa sabihin natin sa iba na mga ibang businesses, hindi kaya yung ganong kadami in 6 years. How did you achieve this? Yung discipline, yung process, how?
Naku ma'am, medyo maraming pawis at dugo ang binuhos namin dito. But I think siguro number 1 dyan is yung discipline, no? Because talagang discipline kami ng misis, no? Pagtrabaho talaga, trabaho, no? And then yung pagka-detail namin, siguro not all, one thing that unique din sa amin is when we franchise, we have an operations manual pati, no? So yun ang isang pinagmamalaki namin. And before we started franchising actually, minaster muna namin yung business because we could have started earlier actually, no? As early as the 2nd year or 3rd year namin, people were already asking if we are open for franchise. But yes ma'am, so we didn't franchise yet because we felt that hindi naman kami wala pa kaming know-how. So took us another year or 2 pa para to master yung franchising to the help of, can I mention po, kasi we are part of the Department of Trade and Industry, no?
Wow!
Na mentoring program nila. So they are the ones who help us gain the knowledge po sa franchising. And then when we were confident that what we have mastered in our operations for 4 or 5 years, we can transfer already to the franchisees. That's when we aggressively expanded. And yun po yung namin, yung naging sekreto namin, yung mastery ng business po.
Galing. So this makes you more credible talaga when it comes to the work that you have spent on this business, no? Kasi galing DTI, tas talagang hindi nagmadali, nag-research muna, minaster, galing. Pero how about, syempre pandemic, diba? Nagka-pandemic tayo hanggang ngayon. How about nung simula ng pandemic, yung talaga nag-lockdown lahat? How did that affect yung operations ninyo?
Well, actually, when we started aggressively franchising, that's when the pandemic started.
Okay.
2020, tama ako, 2020. Or 2020. So, in fact, when nagkaroon ng lockdown, a week before the lockdown, we opened our franchise store in Metro Manila, in Cainta actually. So, and then, nagkaroon ng lockdown, so lahat ng gulat. Alam naman po natin ang nangyari sa lahat.
Yes. Lahat apektado, bale.
Oo, tsaka hindi natin, very, yung uncertain ang future.
Yes.
So, what happened was that, admittedly, syempre, hindi rin namin alam ang mangyayari, but wait and see kami. And so happened na we have some luck because yung aming business model is puro take-out. Which is, hindi siya restricted ng lockdowns. Restricted lang are the vehicles and the people going to work, nag-stop yun. But we're still open. Hindi kami nabigyan ng instruction from the local governments na huwag magtinda. So we capitalize on that, and as they say, dapat mag-adjust ka to survive. So
Yes.
we adjusted instead of just waiting for the usual na passers-by to buy, yung mga impulse buyers. We actively promoted it on social media. We expanded our delivery. We have deliveries in our store, but usually it's 2-kilometer radius lang. But when the pandemic hit, in-extend namin talaga yan. So even yung mga store namin dito sa Antipolo, we're delivering until Taguig, Makati.
Pero ang laking tulong nun sa mga kapwa ating Pilipino na na-stuck sa lockdown, di ba? Kasi syempre, although essentials kayo nga, pero yung tipong pag nag-crave kasi ng bangus, especially yung products ninyo, yung mga loyal clients ninyo, ang hirap nga naman kung talagang within 2 kilometers lang yung makakater nyo. So, makakatawa naman. Talagang you extended the help sa ating mga kababayan. Ayun. So, basically, kahit na pandemic, okay pa rin, tuloy pa rin ang operations ninyo.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, compared to before pandemic, our sales was 25% higher than this pandemic times, no? But still, at that rate, our franchisees are able to achieve their ROI. No? Some of them less than a year. Because even our rate also in our franchising, medyo binaba pa namin. Right now, can I mention, ma'am, kung magkano po yung...
Yes, please. Yes, para may interested dyan.
So right now po, we are at 435,000. But our value really is for our stores, mga 550 to 600 yan because it's an inline store. We do all the construction. It's turnkey kung tawagin. So, antayin mo na lang ibigay yung susi sa'yo, then mag-operate. But we only offer it for 435 with VAT. With VAT na po yan, VAT inclusion na. So, a lot of our franchisees, they started during this pandemic and then nag-ROI na sila and then nag-second store.
Wow.
So yun po yung yung nangyayari sa amin.
So there you have it, mga katribu. Ang laki ng nabawas. Talagang, ayun nga, sabi nga niya, nag-grow agad. May second store na agad. And kayang-kaya niyan. Ayan, nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Marami pa tayong malalaman. Marami pa tayong matutunan kay Sir Eric. So, malalaman natin lahat yan after ng break na ito. We'll be back.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkulusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Magandang araw mga katribu! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelovelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chert Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na!
Ang Daily Tribune may digital shows na din. Dahil sa mas lumalaki at mas lumalakas nating tribu, handog sa inyo ng Daily Tribune ang mga programang magbibigay buhay araw-araw. Be informed at
Welcome back to Kalingang Katribu, Usapang Business. We are still with Sir Eric here, the founder and CEO of Mr. Dagopeño. So before the break, we were talking about, yun nga, open sila for franchising and then tumaas pa lalo yung kanilang sales during the pandemic. So if gusto nyo, business ang sarili nyo and hindi matitipag ng pandemic, ayan na, kausapin niya si Sir Eric. So ayun, 'di ba, pinag-usapan natin operations nyo kanina. So, ngayon naman, pumunta tayo sa talagang recipes na, sa food, sa products. So, Sir Eric, ano-ano po ba yung mga varieties ng inyong bangus na recipes na mahanap dito sa Mr. Dagupeño besides yung mga inihaw natin?
Opo. So, yun nga po, yung sa inihaw, ano muna, no? Maraming variety, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, hindi lang siya isa. So, 5 flavor po yung inihaw namin. We also have, ma'am, yung syempre, yung very popular Filipino traditional dish, yung bangus relleno.
Yes.
And then, bestseller po namin yan. And then, we also have yung mga baked bangus namin, which is something unique po, hindi laging baka na-encounter sa market. So, cheesy baked bangus, yun po yun.
Tignan mo yan, oh my gosh, ang sarap.
So, maraming followers po yan. And then also, yung pinaputok na bangus, meron din po kami, may insaladang itlog maalat. And then we also have yung mga iba pang inihaw tulad ng inihaw na pusit. We also have, ano pa ba yung mga inihaw na, meron din kaming pork just to add to the menu na may ibang mga order po. But aside from those po, we also have yung mga staple po na dahil nga Pangasinan ng tema namin. We have yung bagoong na hindi mawawala sa lamesa ng mga Pangasinense. Tapos ligayan po yung bagoong namin, and then yung bagoong alamang, and then we also have yung kasi Rizal po yung headquarters namin, so we incorporated yung balaw-balaw ng Rizal, which is yung burong hipon. Yes, ma'am. These are all, ma'am, itong mga products na to are from also fellow micro businesses that we have become friends with, no, dito sa Department of Trade and Industry. So, yun.
Talagang, tulong-tulong talaga.
Opo. So,
nakakatuwa, no? So, yun nga, sabi nyo kanina, meron kayong chef consultant, diba?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you work closely with them, very hands-on po kayo ni Mrs. when it comes to developing these recipes?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, when we started, wala pa naman kaming chef consultant kagad. Siyempre kasi...
Siyempre. Mahal din siyempre yun.
Ako lang muna yung chef noon. So, but then, I've been practicing yung inihaw namin for so many years now before in-open tong branch. And then, actually, when I left the corporate world po, a week after I left my job, I found myself, doing yung relleno at 11 in the evening, no? Yun po yung isang talagang sinasabi ko nga na galing sa dugot pawis yung mga lahat ng effort namin. So, and then also cheesy baked bangus, yung mga yan, ako po ang nag-come up dyan. Pero eventually, we really needed a help from a professional kasi yung ibang mga know-how talaga sa pagluluto, siya talaga nag-incorporate mo. So we work closely with him, and then we do not launch kagad po kasi naaral muna namin siya ilang beses na R&D yan, testing, taste test with families, with friends before namin siya ilabas.
Grabe, napaka parang detailed na process, no? So, nung kayo lang mag-isa, Sir Eric, talagang, marunong talaga yung magluto?
Hindi, inaral ko lang po. Opo. More on research lang. Tapos, dahil mahilig nga ako sa bangus, so hanggang sa naayos ko siya eventually, and then parang wow, ang sarap pala nito, ganyan. So, ganun ang kwento ng cheesy baked bangus namin.
Pero ang galing niyo, sir,
parang
kasi...
natsambahan ko,
talagang from just research, pumatok, and then sobrang bumili, diba?
Opo.
Ayun, so, ano pa yung mga crowd favorites niyo besides yung cheesy, yung relleno? Ano pa yung talagang binabalik-balikan dyan sa Mr. Dagupeño?
Yung ano ma'am, yung traditional na yung kamatis sibuyas na Filipino ano na inihaw na alam ng tao. Yun nga ang ano talaga, nakakatuwa kasi kahit marami kaming items sa menu, makikita mo talaga na yun doon na-attract yung mga tao sa inihaw yung classic na kamatis sibuyas ang palaman, and ano. But aside from that, yung ala pobre namin, spicy ala pobre, our own take on the ala pobre recipe, no? May mga mahilig sa bawang po kasi, ano? So, yun yung isa sa mga patok po namin. Personal favorite ko yung ano, yung actually lahat pero yung gata, masarap yung gata sa akin at saka yung inasal.
May gata pa. Naku. Crowd favorite yan for sure, no? Yung may
Yes,
gata.
ma'am.
Ayun. So, nabanggit niyo rin po kanina, may bagoong kayo, di ba? So, may
Opo.
sarili po ba rin kayong para mga suka o yung mga dips and sauces ng inyong mga products na bangus?
Meron kaming ano, yung bagong, and then may mga spiced vinegar kami from micro businesses also na kasama namin. Opo. Tapos yung mga atsara, ganyan, itlog maalat na very good quality yung mga itlog maalat namin. And by the way po, meron din kaming mga before I forget.
Yes.
Yung frozen na daing na
Okay, yung sila na magluluto yung mga customers natin.
Opo. So very good quality siya kasi pagkahango sa sa dagupan, no, pagkahango ng bangus, yun ginagawa na siya kagad, and sealed, vacuum sealed siya. And then iba-ibang flavor din po siya. So may usual na garlic, suka. Meron din po yung Hainanese.
Ay, taray, Hainanese.
Asian steak, spicy masala, mga ganun po. Iba-ibang iba-ibang flavor din. Plus, meron kami, gusto-gusto ng wife ko yung laging inuulam namin sa umaga, yung bottled bangus.
Oh my.
In Portuguese style na luto, no po. Itong bottled bangus namin ay export quality, in-export sa US po ito.
Wow, grabe naman yun. Ang galing. In fairness, sir, talagang, sabi nyo nga, talagang napunta yung mga na-experience nyo sa corporate management dito sa business ninyo, and it's working so well. So,
Thank God po.
How do you maintain the loyal customers ninyo? Yan nga, binabalik-balikan, tapos talagang going strong with 40 or even more, di ba, na branches.
Opo. We make sure na we maintain the quality ng product, no. And so yung efforts namin is geared towards focus on maintaining quality. Like for example, before when we started, of course hindi pa FDA certified yung commissary namin. But now it's FDA certified lahat ng processes namin.
Wow.
So in terms of food safety, the customers are assured of food safety, and then yung standard na quality lahat. And then also yung customer service, no? Ayun. So every now and then actually we make it a point to do a taste test kung titingnan namin kung okay pa rin ba ang luto nitong branch na to. Kasi
Personal na kayo talaga, sir.
Opo. Tapos itong branch namin sa Antipolo, minsan yung delivery hotline, kinukuha din namin minsan lang, no? Subukan natin, kunin natin one day, kunyari on a weekend, and then we are able to speak with the customers who call, no? So hindi yung staff ang sumasagot, kami mismo sumasagot. So that we'll know lang kung ano yung pulso ng customer.
Wow. So very hands-on talaga kayo ni Mrs., no, sa business. Galing.
Hands-on po.
Opo. So, do we expect anything new from Mr. Dagopeño anytime soon? May bagong recipe po ba? May bagong branch po ba? What are the plans anytime in the future, near future?
Opo, actually, Ma'am Venice, yung target namin for this year is really to expand up to a minimum of 17 branches. No?
Wow.
So, right now, itong June na to will end with 40. So, kasi May pa lang ngayon, no? Pero pagpasok ng June will be 40 actually. And then by the end of this year, we'll be at 70 ang branches. Yun po yung future namin, business plan namin. Then we're also expanding to Cebu and other parts of the Philippines.
Oh, wow, hindi na sa Luzon lang.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we really want to bring our brand to other parts of the Philippines also. And in terms of product, we have a lot in store pa for our customers. We make sure kasi ma'am na every quarter, at least a quarter, meron kami ni-introduce na bagong luto para to somehow tawag doon, resolve yung yung customer fatigue, di ba? Na pare-pareho kasi, so at least they can look forward to more products from Mr. Dagupeño. And we're also part of the Association of Filipino Franchisers Incorporated. Yung AFI. It's a group of Filipino franchisors po. And we're doing yung mga different franchise expos in different malls this year. So you can see us in the different malls from in the different parts of Metro Manila and Laguna and nearby areas po.
So there, mga katribu, if you want to partake in delicious meals, try Mr. Dagupeño. And if you want to, create your own business, try Mr. Dagupeño. Thank you, Sir Eric, for, parang sharing talaga yung business learnings, everything sa business nyo. Sobrang nadakam kami. So before we let you go, we'll take another break and we'll play a quick game just to get to know you more better, like on a personal level. Ayan. Stay with us, mga katribu.
Fun and inspiring na kwentuhan? Sagot na yan ang programang Spotlight ng Daily Tribune. Makipagkwentuhan at kilalanin ng iba't ibang personalidad na kilala sa kani-kanilang larangan. Manood at makinig sa mga inspiring stories na kanilang ibabahagi kasama si Nina Ventura at Jojo Silvestre. Be ready ng mamangha at matuwa every Thursday alas 2 ng hapon dito lang sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Alamin ang latest entertainment at sa mga paborito nyong celebrities kasama si Pocholo Concepcion sa programang What's Up. Makibanding at kwentuhan kasama ang mga kilalang personalidad sa entertainment industry. Sama-sama natin silang kilalanin at silipin ang makulay nilang mundo every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Kaya sit back and relax lang kayo mga katribu. Hanapin at ilike ang Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Dahil sagot na namin ang masayang kwentuhan dito lang sa What's Up. Non-stop showbiz update ba ang hanap nyo? Sagot na yan ang aming Tribune Extra. Balitang entertainment at lifestyle, mapalocal man o international, meron kami yan. Manood at makichika na kasama si Kim Sancha, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 5 ng hapon sa Tribune News on Q at separate premiere nito ng alas 7:30 ng gabi. Mapapanood sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. Magandang araw mga katribu! Narito na ang mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chert Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami.
Welcome back to Usapang Business. We are still with Sir Eric Montoya here, the founder and CEO of Mr. Dagupeño. So now that we have tackled yung business operations, yung products nila, we'll now ask him some personal fun questions, light questions, para naman siya ang focus natin ngayong segment na ito. So we will play Fast Talk, where I will be asking questions and you, sir, will have to answer quickly. Okay, so what's your favorite day of the week?
Mondays po.
Mondays? Mondays? Bakit parang opposite?
Siguro kasi talagang na-enjoy ko siya ngayon because I'm working, yung wife ko kasama ko. So, hindi matagal to nang gusto to. Ngayon kasi parang lalo nga expansion mode kami. So everybody's motivated sa sa team namin.
My gosh. And let us say, sana all Monday ang favorite day. Okay, so what's the first thing you do when you wake up, sir?
Check my mobile phone for yung mga chat groups namin sa trabaho and anything. chat
Sana all
group namin.
talaga very passionate when it comes to
Sorry.
Ayan, so how do you end your day naman po?
Usually with my wife and our 4-year-old kid. Meron kami daughter, si Gabriela. So, yun, usually, because our headquarters is in Antipolo also, kaya after office, yun ang natupang namin.
Family time na.
Opo.
Yeah. So, how do you distress naman with, siguro, yung time nyo talaga and also with your family?
Opo, yung madalas travel po. So, nakakatulong sa amin yung constant na travel namin, pauwi sa Pangasinan. So, uwi kami doon and then check namin yung store doon. At the same time, kasama na yung travel and enjoy lang with the family.
Yes, ayan. So, what's another Pinoy dish that you love?
Another Pinoy dish, sisig po.
Sarap nga sisig talaga. Kahit dinner, lunch, or pulutan, di ba?
Opo.
Ayan, so sir, you went
We also
abroad.
have bangus sisig pala, ma'am.
Meron din kayo.
Yes,
so,
ma'am, we also
ayan.
have bangus sisig.
Perfect.
So, and then, but we're going to modify it very, very soon talagang mas special pa siya. So, abangan ng mga customers sana po.
Ayan, mga katribu, may enhance pa yung flavor nito. So, sir, you went abroad many times, right? So, do you have a favorite international cuisine?
Ano ba? Usually, lang po naman I love ramen po. Ramen.
Okay. So, medyo Japan. Ayan.
Opo.
So, ito po, last, pero very, I say, parang important question siya. What's your advice for a married couple doing a business together or starting pa lang with a business together?
Bang advice? Siguro po, maging handa lang sa maraming challenges. Kung magninegosyo po kayo, and very different setup po siya kasi hindi siya yung wife mo, 'di ba, yung partner mo ang katrabaho mo. So hindi niyo maiwasan minsan na kami nag-argue rin kami. No, but then nung una mahirap i-manage pero we are able to separate na kung ano yung trabaho lang kahit na you don't agree with each other sa isang bagay. Eventually you'll find yung harmony somehow na gagana, no? And then you are able to separate yung work from yung sa bahay lang, ganyan. So number 1 yun at and then but ang daming advantages din po ng kasi syempre pag husband and wife kayo, you have a common denominator malamang, 'di ba, sa personality niyo. And sa amin ni Mrs. kasi we're both sales people when we were in the corporate world. So very very gritty yung Mrs. ko nagpapaligsahan kami niyan minsan. Pag bago kami matulog na magtatanong siya, anong gagawin natin sa ganitong and then para maisip mo, bakit mag-meeting ba tayo alas 10 ng gabi? But then pero yun nga, so pag napapagod na ako, siya naman yung talagang porsigido. Pag siya naman ang napagod, ako naman yung porsigido. So you can motivate each other palalo pag kayo yung magkasama. At saka yung eye on the ball lagi, yung focus doon sa goals because yun ang masarap po sa sariling business, yung ginagawa mo talagang sarili mo. So, masarap po.
So there, thank you so much, Sir Eric, for joining us today. Ang dami naman natutunan pagdating sa business, sa love life, lahat. Thank you, sir,
thank you
for
po,
giving. Yes, but before we let you go, would you like to invite our viewers right now to try your products, maybe invite them to, yung franchising.
So, to all the viewers po, you can buy from our almost 40 stores na kami in Rizal, and then NCR, and then in Cavite, Laguna. Soon we're opening in Batangas in a few weeks.
Wow.
And then in North Luzon also, syempre andun kami. And then yun, so you can check out our Facebook page, Mr. Dagupeño, or you can go to our website, www.dagupanbangusph.com. For franchise inquiries, you can go to the website, get in touch with us, and our staff will email you information and set up a Zoom meeting. No? Sometimes we also join po ito, Ma'am Benice, kami ni wife, we make it a point na sumasali kami sa Zoom meeting with the potential franchises also. So that you can really learn yung first-hand experience namin before you get into franchising. So, yun po. If you need a ready template so you can start your business right away, we're just here po, Mr. Dagupeño.
There. Thank you once again, Sir Eric, for sharing your experiences, your lessons with us. May you guys prosper even more. Mas tumago pa sa 70 branches by the end of the year.
Thank you po. And then we'll send po sa inyo yung staff na usapang business po sa inyo. This week po. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Sir Eric. And of course, thank you mga katribu for tuning in today. Watch Kalingang Katribu Usapang Business live every Monday at Daily Tribune's Facebook page at 3:30 p.m. and also on Tribune Now on YouTube. Once again, I am Venice Bautista and thank you for watching. Stay safe.
Mga katribu, tara na't makiisa at matuto sa mga public service programs hatid ng Kalingang Katribu. Tuwing Lunes, nandyan ang usapang business na magbibigay tips at inspirasyon sa mga aspiring entrepreneurs kasama si Vernon Velasco. Tuwing Miyerkules, usapang pangkalusugan naman ang tatalakayin ni Miss Cory Quirino sa Health and Wellness. At tuwing Biyernes naman, kung legal advice ang kailangan mo, sagot ka na ng Legal Diaries kasama si Elmer Navarro Manuel at mga guest lawyers. Lahat ng niya mapapanood tuwing alas 3:30 ng hapon sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube.
Happy Friday mga katribu and welcome to another episode of Kalingang Katribu Legal Diaries. I am Venice Bautista and today we are once again joined by Aranas Cruz, Araneta Parker, and Faustino Law Offices, Associate Lawyer Attorney Alfred Campagnano. So good afternoon, Attorney.
Ayan, good afternoon, Ms. Venice. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Ayan, so our topic for today is the Sangguniang Kabataan and Barangay Elections. Kasi nga, this week lang, in-announce nga ng COMELEC na magre-resume na this coming June or July daw yung voter registration for the SK and barangay elections. So bakit nga ba mahalaga na bumoto tayo dito sa smallest unit of government sa bansa natin? Alamin natin yan kasama si Attorney. Okay. So first, ano po ba yung Sangguniang Kabataan?
Ang Sangguniang Kabataan is basically your youth council, no? In the barangay level. So it's composed of 8 members. One is of course a chairperson, And then its obligation is basically to create policies or enact resolutions to ensure that the youth is represented at the barangay level. And at the same time, parang ang objective niyan is that on the grassroots level, nakikita natin that the youth as a group is being promoted and protected.
I see. So when we say youth, how young? What is the age parang requirement for the SK?
Well, for SK, ang young, if I'm not mistaken, the youngest is of course 18, pero hindi siya pwedeng mas maging older than 24 years old, no? But that is for being elected as a member of the Sangguniang Kabataan. Pero meron din kasi tayong tinatawag na yung katipunan ng kabataan. Basically, itong katipunan ng kabataan is just your fancy word to refer to the constituents of the Sangguniang Kabataan. No? So basically, sila yung mga members of the barangay who is between 15 years old to 30 years old. And they are registered with COMELEC. So sila yung parang nagboboto, sila yung mag-i-elect sa Sangguniang Kabataan. Pero aside from being the constituents or yung mga young constituents of the Sangguniang Kabataan, they are also obviously the policy-making body of this entire plot to involve the youth in governance, especially in the barangay level.
I see. So when and why was this established?
It was established in 1975, no? But the Sangguniang Kabataan is actually your successor to the Kabataang Barangay. This was created during the this was created at some time no? This was created during the Marcos era. This is so para as early as then para tinitignan na rin talaga na the Kabataang Barangay or is being seen talagang nakikita na agad no yung importance ng kabataan in participating in governance even at the local level. However, there were certain issues then that talaga na plague ang Kabataang Barangay na mga issues of corruption, issues on absence of transparency and promoting non-democratic principles back then. So para anong nangyari, na-abolish siya. So para medyo kasi parang nabahira no ng hindi magandang issues ang Kabataang Barangay. That's why in 1975 it was replaced by your Sangguniang Kabataan.
I see. Pero matagal na rin pala siya. Yeah. And
parang technically masasabi mo medyo matagal na yan. Because the concept of youth involvement at the barangay level is something not really novel kung tutuusin, di ba? Kasi nga as early as in the 1970s pa atras, meron na ang meron na ang Kabataang Barangay. Pero kasi because of those issues that I've mentioned, pinalitan siya ng Sangguniang Kabataan na kung saan obviously there are certain laid down, meron ng mas clear concept and mas clear na ang powers and authorities and objectives of the Sangguniang Kabataan that was not seen in the
previous
Kabataang Barangay.
Yeah. So there's like a revamping kuno na naganap.
Exactly. That's the perfect word for it. It's a revamping of youth involvement at the barangay level.
Yes. Okay. So what are the powers naman po and the functions of the Sangguniang Kabataan?
Actually, in the powers of the Sangguniang Kabataan, you can see that in the SK Reform Act, no, Section 8. Pero kung titingnan natin, trying to simplify the powers and functions, the Sangguniang Kabataan basically is that sector of the barangay that is in charge of creating this thing you call the Comprehensive Barangay Youth Development Plan. So actually, there is a process that goes into yung kaya para makikita mo yung may basketball court, may paliga.
Yeah.
Kasi like, 'di ba? Parang it's a sort somehow no from observation it's a source of disdain for some individuals. Pero there's a process to it. Kasi apparently those kinds of activities form part of the youth development plan at the barangay level. So sila yung in charge diyan. So sila yung magko-conceptualize ng mga activities for the youth which somehow is mostly yun nga papageant at saka mga paliga, no? But of course, if this elected youths would, put more effort, siguro may actually come up with other ideas to ensure the promotion of youth welfare. Parang ganyan yung idea niya. Tapos also, yung mga practical side niyan, it's that the SK in itself are vested with certain corporate powers to enter into transactions, whether with public instrumentalities, government corporations or controlled corporations, or yung mga even mga private organizations, they can also contract with this individual, with these entities to again create policies or create activities to promote the welfare of the youth. So yun, pero tapos obviously they can organize themselves as well para siyang executive branch ng ating government. They can organize themselves in a way that will help them enact and implement whatever let's say initiatives that they have, obviously governing and promoting the welfare of the youth.
So this is a really good gateway for our youths who want to really play a role in our government, no?
Exactly.
So how often po is the election for SK and the barangay?
The SK and barangay elections is normally held every 3 years. No? Synchronous yan, lagi sila magkasabay. So, it's basically, syempre, yung minimimit din niya yung local government, local elections in a sense na 3 years din ang term. So, parang ganun din. Kasi the local government code envisions the barangay and the elections in the barangay level to be done in an expeditious manner. Because remember, the barangay is the smallest unit supposedly of governance. So, diyan sila ang in charge of primary implementation, or yung mga implementation of policies and even on dispute resolutions. Kaya meron tayong tinatawag na mga katarungang pambarangay. So sila at that level, sila yung talagang immediate na malalapitan agad ng mga tao should they want to avail of government services. So in that regard, nakikita natin na dapat mabilis din ang turnover. No? Mabilisan dapat ang pagpalit ng leaders if there's a need to replace them, or mabilis din ng transition of power kung talaga magkakaroon ng palitan ng leadership at the barangay level.
I see. So there we go. Nakakatawa naman na yun nga, we have youth representatives in our community. Although, kasi parang nga nagkakaroon ng, when it comes to politics season, like ngayong election, di ba? Medyo mahirap yung mga nakikita natin sa social media saying, yung from the adults, when they say na parang yung mga kabataan ngayon, wala namang ano.
Pero hindi eh. To me, that's wrong, no? While I at some point in time, no, I subscribe to the idea na paliga at papageant lang naman ang pinapagawa niya. Pero I think this is the way the organization, how you organize and the logistics of handling these kinds of events or activities is already an introduction for the youth for governance. But obviously we can try to promote or we can try to encourage these SK leaders to go for more activities, which they can, no? But I think it's unfair for us to devalue these kinds of events because primarily ano ba talaga ang ine-enjoy dapat ng kabataan? They're not really there to give too much attention to di ba? You want them to enjoy their youth as well. So, makikita mo na yun naman talaga kadalasan ng mga activities na i-host ng SK. Because yan yung mga bagay na normally may enjoy ng kabataan eh.
True. Kasi they're only young for such a short time. There are so many...
Exactly.
Diba? There are
We're
so
only
many...
young, ma'am. We're only young.
We're only
for
young.
such a short time. Diba?
Exactly.
Pwede ba tayong maging miyembro ng katipunan?
Totoo.
Katipunan ng kabataan, no? Under the law. Alalahanin mo yan.
Yes. So there you go. So dito pa lang tayo nagsisimula, no? Marami tayong tatalakayin. So we'll discuss more about this barangay and SK elections once we return. Welcome back to Kalingang Katribu Legal Diaries. We are still with Attorney Alfred and we are still talking about the SK and the barangay elections. Okay, so I want to know, Attorney, can those running for barangay posts represent political parties?
Sorry, nakamute pala ako. The answer there is no. Under
Mhm.
the provisions on the barangay elections, I think that's section 34. Section 34 thereof. The barangay elections is non-partisan. Which is, parang somehow, kung makikita mo, that's kind of weird. Kasi technically, when you campaign, when you campaign, that's basically a political activity. So if you want to be elected as a kagawad or want to be, as a barangay chairman, then that's basically, in a sense, a political act. That's a partisan act. Pero what the local government code is intending to refer here is the barangay election should not be a partisan activity. Because, as I've mentioned a while ago, the barangay is the smallest unit. It's in charge of implementing government policies, plans, projects, and forum for disputes. So sila yung, kunwari, merong aid. Di ba? Meron yung parang, for example, God forbid, nagkaroon ng malaking flood sa Makati. The local government and your barangays will be the front runners to sorry. They will be the frontliners in the distribution of relief goods. Diba? Or for example, in the barangay, nag-away kayo ng kapitbahay ninyo, then sila yung una mong lalapitan, no? Of course, subject to certain exceptions, but you have to go through the katarungan pambarangay in order to first amicably settle their dispute. Now, why am I discussing these things? Because the idea of the barangay elections, no, and even the barangay itself, dapat walang bahid ng politika, no? Yan yung parang sinasabi natin diyan. Because nakikita mo pa lang, 'di ba, in the recently concluded elections. Nakikita natin diyan na even until now may mga tao pa din na mainit ang 'di ba, mainit pa din. Or very, very fresh pa sa kanila ang results. Na talagang until now they're still debating, they're discussing. So politics or partisan activity is quite divisive, and that is something that we don't want to be introduced at the barangay level. Kasi imagine na nanalo, for example, in barangay A, si Uniteam, for example. Tapos nangyari, nalaman nila na kakamping si isa. Di ba? Parang ganyan nangyayari. Makikita natin that biases can actually happen there. Baka naman, di ba, parang pwede sabihin na magkaroon ng priority muna sa mga political ally as opposed to non-political ally. Or in the reverse, pwede rin gano'n na mangyari, di ba? So that is something that we don't want, especially when this unit, no, the barangay level, is something na will be engaged in these kinds of distribution. So imagine that na parang na because of biases of political affiliation, kaya nangyari hindi ka na nabibigyan ng relief good in times of calamity. Or parang parang because of political biases, ang nangyayari tawag dito, hindi na nagiging neutral ang katarungan pambarangay. So there are certain debilitating effects of politics if it reaches the barangay level.
And actually, I personally have some experiences with that. Pero that's for another episode. But yes, it can get complicated nga naman po, no, if naging may kaalyado. So what I want to ask naman now is, with the SK and the barangay elections, we're curious why it's separated from the local and the national elections.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Why are the SK and the barangay elections separated from the local and the national elections?
They are separated, as I've already discussed, because we want to preserve the non-partisan elections of the barangay at the barangay and SK level. So, makikita mo dyan syempre, di ba, na during local elections and national elections, dyan talaga nagkakaroon ng pangangampanya. Talagang very active ang political parties, pressure groups, yung mga tinatawag mong mga pressure groups or interest groups, 'di ba? So diyan mo makikita yung talagang mainit at talagang very active ang pangangampanya nila for and against a specific candidate or a specific political party. So we separate the barangay and SK election because at the height of that campaigning, baka maisama si barangay. And that is something, again, we do not want to happen because electioneering or any partisan activity is divisive. And we don't want to introduce that kind of division pag nando na tayo in the barangay level. And when we're giving primary care and primary service to each and every one, regardless of political beliefs.
Yes, and maliit na nga yung sakop nila, magkakaroon pa ng division, di ba? Ang pangit, yeah. So, for the last question, we're curious about this because we have witnessed a few years na talagang napopostpone yung mga barangay elections natin. So, we're wondering why? How come they're always or often postponed?
I don't know. kasi
isn't it important?
The postponement of the barangay elections is provided for under the local government code. And the grounds there is quite parang very, very broad. Could be because of force majeure or for other justifiable cause. So, in the instances where the 2016 barangay elections was postponed, this was by legislative act, if I'm not mistaken. So, the postponement really is a valid act of postponement because it's allowed under the local government code. Whatever the reason that is, diba, that is something na already not a legal issue, but rather one that is of policy. But I must say that the longer you postpone this election, the longer that the more complications may arise. Because remember, the postponement will entail the extension of terms of barangay leaders.
Yes.
And remember, kaya din natin ginagawang 3 years sa local elections, for example, sa mayor or sa governor, 'di ba yung term nila, because the policy there is in 3 years time, that's not a significant amount of time in theory, no? It's not a significant amount of time to yung parang to establish roots, a political root in a position. Diba? So parang yan yung theory behind it. Kaya lang 3 years yan. So, gano'n din syempre sa barangay. Because remember, we are still a democracy. So parang the more you postpone the elections, the more you're creating opportunities for incumbent barangay leaders to somehow entrench themselves in the selection process. And what happens there is baka naman ma-defeat na ang the goal of barangay elections na it should be by actual election. Diba? Kasi the longer you stay in office, diba, the more you can create the impression na that is your office.
Yes.
And no longer the people's. Diba?
Okay, attorney, alam ko last question yan, pero may follow-up ako. Like for example, they're not, parang nagkulang sila or may dapat silang gawin for the community na hindi nila nagagawa. Saan kami pupunta? Saan kayo mag-report if this is already the first line of parang dapat na makakontakt namin for problems, di ba?
What do you mean? Yung, for example, their obligations.
Yes.
As,
Or for example, let's say yung mga ayuda, they weren't able to provide for everybody within their barangay, yung sakop nila. Like, where can we go to?
You can remember though, the barangay is still the smallest unit of government. So parang may hierarchy pa rin din. May hierarchy yan. So kung talaga nagmamatigas yung mga barangay mo, then you have your remedy. You can always go to the local government na may saklaw sa kanila. Kasi remember, diba, there's still a degree of control and supervision between, for example, the city and the barangay. Diba? The barangay units are not autonomous regions or autonomous administrative clusters that they have parang, let's say, a degree of discretion on what to do. But they are still under the ambit of a greater political body, which is in this case your local government, or even the DILG, which is the Department of Interior and Local Government. They also have a way to check and balance that. Tapos if it's on an individual level, di ba, yung parang mga barangay na bibigay ng ayuda or tinatago yung ayuda, then individually they are also liable for crimes. Pwedeng baka naman papumasok yan under qualified theft, baka naman pwedeng pumasok yan under graft. So they can also be, pwede mo sila i-complain as an individual and not as barangay. So the remedies are always there. It's just a matter of asking the right people. not me personally, but asking the people who have authority, to do so, and pursuing them, of course.
RC, thank you so much, attorney, for clarifying that and for answering all of our questions. We once again learned a lot from you. So there we go. Thank you, attorney, for your time. Weekend na.
Happy weekend.
Happy weekend po. Sige po, ingat, attorney.
Tara na, Ma'am Venice, mag-beer na tayo.
Sige po. Another, invite ulit. Okay po. Thank you, attorney Alfred.
Bye-bye.
There we go. Thank you also, mga katribo, for tuning in. You can watch us always, Legal Diaries, every Fridays at 3:30 p.m. on Tribune Now on YouTube and also on Daily Tribune's Facebook page. I am once again Venice Bautista. Happy weekend. Stay safe.
Be updated sa news and happenings katribu. Hatid ng Daily Tribune sa inyo ang mga balitang napapanahon sa loob at labas ng bansa. Kami na ang bahala sa paghahatid sa inyo ng mga latest and reliable news. We got you covered sa programang Tribune News on Q. Mapapanood mula umaga hanggang gabi, Lunes hanggang Biyernes sa Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribune Now on YouTube. mga makakasama nyo tuwing umaga sa programang Gising Na. Roy Pelevelo, Atty. Lia Badillo Crisostomo, Vernon Velasco, Kim Sancha at Chirk Balagtas. Abangan ang programang Gising Na sa Facebook page ng Daily Tribune.
Ilabas na ang mainit na kape at samahan kami sa inyong pag-almusal, mga katribo.
Simulan natin ang bawat umaga with good vibes sa mga informative and recreational segments ng aming programa.
Maaari niyo rin ibahagi sa amin ang inyong opinion via Daily Tribune Facebook page at Tribinaw sa YouTube.
Makichika na rin sa latest showbiz happenings, mga katribo.
Kaya naman, magsama-sama po tayo sa
Gising Na!
Non-stop showbiz.